I leave it to you if that's a very long time ago or is that fresh in your memory. But in the year 2018, the Best Practice Forum asked actually the question, what are norms and how are norms developed and what are cyber norms? To then the following year, look into how norms have been or are operationalized, and also have a discussion on how important it actually is to involve stakeholders in the development, but also in the operationalization of norms. The following year, in 2020, I think was a very interesting, also for the IGF in general, a very interesting experiment, because part of the Best Practice Forum was dedicated to look explicitly outside of this arena and outside of the internet-related discussions, and look how norms and what kind of norms exist outside cybersecurity and outside the cyber norm. And we had discussions within the Best Practice Forum on what can be learned from norms, existing norm frameworks in diplomacy, in the nuclear area, also in the banking and foreign investments. With the question, what can actually be learned when you talk, what practices can be useful when you look at cyber norms. And then 2 years ago, I think it's very relevant for today's discussion and this year's work. The Best Practice Forum actually wanted to ask the question, okay, we have a body of existing cyber norms, but what is the value now of those norms? And the team or the group working that year actually did a kind of experiment. They wanted to look at cybersecurity incidents, historical incidents, and see if norms that have been created later actually would have made a difference. If they would have been helpful, or if that wouldn't have made a difference. So that was an interesting discussion, and I think it's directly linked to the discussion we will have today. And last year, also very much linked, I think, to today's discussion, the Best Practice Forum worked on the idea of story banking, looked into different examples of story banking, and came up with the conclusion that it is important to listen to the experiences of people that have been involved in addressing cybersecurity events or have been impacted by them, and that listening to their stories can be very interesting or can deliver a rich information, or also a lot of nuance. And that, I think, especially the last 2 years, feed directly into or form directly a basis for this year's work, but I will let Clay explain that to you in a minute. I really wanted to give this overview of the work the Best Practice Forum has been doing in the last couple of years, because there are documents. Each of the years produced an output document, and these documents are available on the IGF website. So if you're interested, I would say please go to the webpage, and you can find there what has been discussed in the previous years. So I will hand over in a minute to Clay to start actually today's program and to discuss what has been done this year. But before doing that, I really would like to thank a number of people. First of all, Ian Bonana and your colleagues, Josephine and Karina, the MAG members, that actually from the MAG said, okay, this is a good idea to have another BPF cybersecurity, and supported it at the beginning of the year. So thank you for that. I would like to thank the numerous volunteers and contributors that have been working. They are not all here, but that have been working in the previous months or have been involved in the previous months in online discussions and online work. Already the panel that will be up in a minute. And last but not least, the co-facilitators and lead experts. Clay, you will see. I don't know if Bart is listening online. He couldn't be here. And Ellie, I don't know if she's already in the room. Yes, she's there. So Ellie, also, thank you very much for all your help to make this happen. And then Clay, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Wim, especially for giving that broad historical overview. And to continue the thanks, your support across all those best practices forums has been so important to help us get to where we are and continue to build this multi-stakeholder library of documents and interesting insights. Played a role in the impact and response to incidents. And then we also expanded the scope of our work to include a wider ransomware affecting national level infrastructure or systems in the Pacific between 2021 and 2023. The Black Axe criminal network activities roughly between 2022 and 2023, as well as kind of harkening back to some work we did previously focused on solar winds in 2020. So we really aim to have a wide range of issues from across the world and look at a different types of incidents impacting different types of economies. While this report at this stage is quite preliminary, we have already found some very interesting trends starting to emerge. While they might not be surprising to some of us who are deeply in this space, we think recording this and capturing it in the BPF document is really important to inform, again, that discussion happening at the policy level as well as the normative level. So I'm just going to share a few of the broad ideas that we came up with as a group before we jump into a panel and really dig into some of the themes that we're going to look at. So when we're talking about the norms side of things, building on that connection between norms and the incidents, or in fact the lack of connection potentially, we have obviously the clear direct associations, things like do not damage critical infrastructure, obviously for incidents that impact critical infrastructure, like in Costa Rica, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, where government networks were hit, including police and fire, emergency services, hospitals and things like that. Very clear, of course that norm could have had an impact if it could have stopped folks from undergoing that attack. But of course, there are also broader common themes that, even if they don't consciously involve the norms, the impact or response captures that spirit of the norm or embodies that spirit of the norm. One of the clearest is, of course, respect for human rights. Again, the access to critical services and the challenge of accessing critical services in the case of these wider attacks is obviously quite concerning, but also many involve data exfiltration, which creates clear privacy and even safety concerns in the real world. There are interesting angles around responses to requests for assistance in international state cooperation on security, particularly in some of the instances in the Pacific as well as Costa Rica. The ability to call on partners, both government as well as private sector, was critical to getting back online and getting the country going again. There's cooperation to stop crime and terrorism, most clearly in the Black Axe case, as well as issues around reporting ICT vulnerabilities as seen with solar winds and in other cases. One of the most interesting findings that we found, which again is not so surprising but is very important because this space has become the core of many of our international discussions, is around cyber capacity building. Not only has these incidents spurred more investment, more awareness, especially amongst decision makers, and more activity in cyber capacity building, there are a lot of signs where previous capacity building activities came into play and helped with the response efforts, whether it's the establishment of networks of trust and information sharing that were called into play, or whether it's trainings that had previously happened allowing and facilitating local teams to be able to respond to some of these incidents. So a lot of common themes at the normative level, but also we saw some interesting impacts at that human level, which is the new angle that we explored this year. Again, some obvious ones: impact on human services, whether it's health services, salaries being impacted, or in the case of Fiji with the COVID-19 app being impacted during the GovNet attack. There's the direct impact on human services there. Again, the privacy and data concerns. Medibank is the clearest example on that one. But one of the more interesting things is kind of the amplification of existing contextual dynamics. It's a bit of a mouthful, and it might be a bit confusing, but this is the case where an incident actually helped amplify other things that were happening in society at the time. So the Fiji case, for example, involving the COVID-19 application, it fed into a lot of the misinformation and concern happening around the COVID-19 vaccine. So just because these things happened at the same time, it amplified that local context. We saw a similar thing in Samoa, where the ransomware attack against government, while relatively small compared to some of the other incidents, happened immediately after an election that was slightly contentious. Therefore, it fed into a lot of rumors and speculation around the previous government, the current government, and things like that. So it's very important to look at and think about these flow-on second, third-order impacts across society. And of course, the positive side, those notable policy and capacity building responses, again, whether it's cybercrime agreements, the Bowie and Langatoy declarations in the Pacific, the cyber safety response board in the US, and things like that coming across. Of course, we'll look into all these kind of dynamics as we go into the panel. So I just want to close there by sharing that the draft is online, but it is still an open draft. This is a BPF. This is about getting everyone involved and capturing everything from the discussion, including our panel discussion and what's happening here at the IGF. So if you're interested, there's still time to get involved. Please let us know. Let's make this document great and also hopefully work into the future with support of our MAG colleagues to do some more BPF work. So at this stage, let's dive into these concepts. I'd like to welcome the panel onto the stage. Thanks for joining me, guys. I'll introduce everyone as they start speaking, but for this panel, I know we're in a very big, impressive, formal room, but we're going to try and make it a little bit more conversational and relaxed. Feel free to come forward. We really want you guys to get involved as well. We have mics up here at the front, so as we open up the conversation, really want to hear your questions, but also some of your thoughts, perspectives, and experiences. Each of our panelists will have a quick 2 to 5 minutes just to get the ideas flowing, and then we'll jump into kind of a conversation with all of you and see if we can come up with some interesting things. Our first speaker has been doing really amazing work bringing those incident experiences into the high-level discussions around norms and capacity building and international policy around the OEWG. So I'd like to start off with Louise. Tell us what you've been doing.
Hi, everyone. My name is Louise Marie Urel. I am a research fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, which is a think tank focusing on security and defense based in London. I'm over at their cyber program. And, you know, as a person that has been involved in the BPF in previous years and has been following the work that the BPF has done, I think, you know, there's some core elements here, right? When we think about the normative dimension, as Clay and Wim alluded to before. So I think there is the understanding of, you know, the normative dimension being the UN norms. There's the normative dimension of other stakeholders and what they propose. So first having, for example, you know, principles or an understanding of what ethics means in terms of responding to particular incidents. And I think there is a fundamental question of how do we learn from these incidents? And I think sometimes we're having these conversations in silos, and that is the value of the BPF in bridging, let's say, the technical community and the more diplomatic environment, right? And that's something that we've been doing over at RUSI. We're coordinating a project on responsible cyber behavior, and part of that project is really trying to understand how countries from different regions actually kind of see responsibility in practice. And one of the things that we did in July is that we organized a side event during the open-ended working group, and we focused on looking at ransomware and how did different countries respond to ransomware incidents. I think that is a particular type of threat, right, that speaks across the development spectrum. So many countries, small island countries, developing countries, developed countries, all of them can relate in one way or another. And I think that's very powerful in bridging the conversation also at the international level. So as I said, you know, we did organize the side event, and it was co-organized with Estonian MFA, but also co-sponsored by Vanuatu and Costa Rica. And over there, we're really focusing on 3 points. So sharing and reflecting on lessons learned from responding and recovering from those incidents, and bringing really the experience of Costa Rica and Vanuatu, how these experiences can inform awareness and enhancing response, and how this threat should be reflected in the context of the OEWG. So up until July, ransomware hadn't been has been discussed a lot, but it hadn't been actually included in the report. And there are different sections to the OEWG's report, right? You do have emerging threats, norms, international law, confidence building measures, and among other kind of dimensions of the report. And the question is, what happens and what is the logic of countries actually including ransomware as an international peace and security issue? And that is what we discussed there. To understand, what distinguishes a ransomware incident from a criminal dimension, right, to a national security or international security dimension. And by discussing and bringing these examples, and we had over 30 governments around the table. It was a small discussion closed so that we could, really get to the nitty-gritty of those experiences in other countries as well, but also other stakeholders in the room. So the things that we found, and we were looking at 2 questions. One is the distinction between, what's the international peace and security threshold for ransomware incidents, and the second bit was how can we think about the implementation on the norms for requests for assistance, which is one of the norms agreed by member states in 2015 within the context of the group of governmental experts. So how can we talk about, how do they perceive that request for assistance in the context of ransomware? So for the international peace and security, and I'll close in just like a minute, we identified a couple of criteria that different states brought to the table. So the first one is really, when we think about ransomware incidents as an illustration of that threshold, we're looking at scale, scope, and speed. And it might feel like very obvious to think about that, but again, when we're thinking about what does it mean to distinguish between criminal approaches, and that means, law enforcement being there, and then, going to national security, so what's the distinction? So scale, scope, and speed, and as you know, like 2022, Costa Rica had more than 20 ministries going offline. In the case of Vanuatu, there was the parliament, police, PM's office, schools, and hospitals being affected actually because of the incident. So you see that in a very concrete way. The second element, and we could talk about Tonga and others as well, but the second criteria is really thinking about impact. And when thinking about the experiences that Costa Rica and Vanuatu brought to the table during the discussion, they really talked about the economic impact. I think developing countries are disproportionately impacted by ransomware incidents, right? It's not as if they can recover as quickly or they can, respond, very quickly to that in economic terms. So that could lead to political instability. So there are other risks that derive from that particular kind of incident. So Costa Rica talked about how the ask of Conti was from 10 to 20 million. But the actual cost for them was between 35 to 60 million, right? So the logic of not paying the ransom is fine, but when you look at, how these countries that sometimes have parts of their GPD or, parts of their budget being kind of taken off because of this incident, you really need to think about other potential trickle-down risks. So third, motivation, right? I mean, what's the motivation of these groups in actually targeting developing countries more specifically? So Costa Rica, you had Conti actually saying that they wanted to take down the government, that they had like an interest in that sense. And when it came to Vanuatu, is really an intention to explore, to exfiltrate, and to explore other sectors, so kind of move laterally, not within the system, but across the government and other sectors. Fourth is funding. I mean, where do these like ransomware groups take their financing? Are they sponsored by states? Are they affiliated with different member states? And that is something that came up in the conversation. And finally, just to close off, because I know we're on time, is also reserving the right not to define that international peace and security threshold. That is a prerogative, of course, of of states in that context, but I think it's something to reflect, right? Not all states will be interested in necessarily saying that a ransomware is a national security incident until they face it. And that was a clear distinction that we saw in the room. Some of them recognizing that it is important, but then saying, since we haven't faced it as much as we would have expected, that's not necessarily the priority in terms of our risk management nationally. So I'll just leave it at there, and we can explore a little bit more the assistance part, but that is more or less what came up in the room.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Louise. It's really great to see that those lessons were taken to the OEWG and the governments were involved and really wanted to learn how the norms as well as the reality of incidents can take place. Next, we're going to dive even deeper into the UN and hear from our speaker who's part of the UN system, but interestingly, not part of the first committee where a lot of these discussions are happening, but more from a technical perspective as the CIO. So Dino, let's hear what's going on over there.
Thank you very much, Clea. So my name is Dino Dell'Accio. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund. I've been with the United Nations for over 22 years. And large part of my career at the United Nations, it has been in internal auditing. For many years, I was the chief IT auditor of the UN. I also spent 3 years in cybersecurity, and since 2017, I've been appointed CIO of the UN Pension Fund. So in the last 2 years, I also joined the MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group of the IGF, representing the international organization, specifically my organization. And because of my background within the MAG, I started to follow the work that has been done, the excellent work, I should say, that has been done by my colleagues in the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity. And I was invited to participate. So it's in the last year I participated and I was able to provide my humble input. So the conversation here is about two aspects. One is, what is the impact on the communities, on the individual, on the citizens, on the groups? And the second aspect is on what is the response of government and how the policies, how the responses of this government are influenced by what. So I took a particular angle, if you will, and of course I'm biased because of my background as an auditor, and I propose to include in the set of criteria also the role played by the Supreme National Audit Institution. So in those cases that have been analyzed, that have been included in the scope of this study, you will see that there are cases that have been specifically identified by region and by country. So I was given the opportunity to collaborate on the analysis of the solar wind and specifically look at what happened, for example, in the United States or in Europe. And so by looking, for example, at the response and at the work done by the Audit Institution of the United States, which is GAO, the Government Accountability Organization, we can start to appreciate if, where, and how the response of a government can be influenced when the government indeed follows the recommendation of its Supreme Audit Institution, also by the auditors. And immediately after, here the conversation is, what did the auditors say and how did they reach that conclusion? Because in order to issue a recommendation, the auditor needs to refer to a set of standards to assess the impact, for example, of a cybersecurity event and incident. And accordingly, elaborate and develop a meaningful and, as in the profession is usually said, implementable recommendation, not an abstract recommendation. So I try to bring this perspective, this point of view, because this is indeed the challenge that in many cases I lived within the United Nations, going back to your question. So I had the privilege and honor to sit on both sides of the desk. As an IT auditor, analyzing, auditing cybersecurity incidents that unfortunately occur also within the United Nations, because actually the United Nations is often a target of attacks, as well as since 2017 on the side of management as a CIO, and understand beyond the technicalities of an issue, of an incident, and the corresponding mitigating control, what are the guiding principles? Are we following recommendations that are rooted in the, for example, norms of responsible behavior in cybersecurity that the UN itself has issued? So I think the question really is at the two levels. One at the level of principles and best practices, and one at the level of the operational and practical recommendation. So this is the question and the challenge that I always try to address and to grasp. And I'm concluding here. I see that, for example, at the level of the norm, at the level of the principle, we do have somehow a body of principles that are internationally shared. As I mentioned, there are the UN norms of responsible behavior. There are other think tanks, other non-for-profit organizations, for example, that have been referenced in the study itself. The Global Commission on the Stability of Cybersecurity and its 8 principles. So there is a convergence, there is a shared understanding and a shared agreement on that. But my question is, what about the audit profession? Is there, for example, at the level of an INTOSAI, which is an acronym that stands for International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, that brings all the supreme audit institutions of the various governments together. Is there an agreement on how to assess and evaluate the impact? So I think this maybe could be an interesting area for further investigation and analysis. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Very thought-provoking questions there, and I think some of the panelists might have some interesting responses, as well as folks from the room. So let's hang on to that for when we open up to the discussion. Next, we're going to shift a little bit more to start on that human-level impact. We'll have a great presentation from Susan from Vanuatu and the GFC Pacific Hub, who both has the privilege of sharing the Pacific view, but also her own view, having been in Vanuatu during the ransomware incident.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to join the panelists. Yes, as mentioned earlier by the other panelists, unfortunately, cyber incidents is something that is actually happening around the world, and regionally in the Pacific, this is one of the things that we are quite more concerned on as it is making headlines. And in the impacts when it comes to this cyber incidents from the Vanuatu point of view, it was a devastating experience, as we see that the systems are down, and not only that, but the impacts run further as more than the impacts as measured only in the impacts when it comes to technological impacts. And one of the things we're seeing is human beings are also impacted also in this unfortunate situation. And through these types of incidents, it forces countries, tiny countries, island countries like Vanuatu to join efforts with other neighboring countries and to foster a more resilient approach going forward to be more resilient when it comes to cybersecurity incidents and response. And it's very interesting to see that now the human impact of these incidents are also taking a spotlight, and it's very encouraging as human beings, people who also impacted when it comes to these types of incidents, and we hope these types of discussions also help us as governments, as organizations, as companies also take into consideration the human impact of any cybersecurity incidents. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Susan. Next, we'll hear from Kivuva with Kikdanet, who's been doing a lot of interesting work with civil society over in Kenya.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So my name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kikdanet, which is a multi-stakeholder think tank that does policy advocacy, multi-stakeholder convening, capacity building, and research. Within Kikdanet, we have a CyberNom project that we have been running since the year 2018. And in this project, we convene stakeholders, and the stakeholders involve governments, and especially the security organs, the judiciary, but we also involve the telecoms service providers and other industrial leaders to come and discuss cyber security issues and challenges that are faced. And the purpose and the objective of this convening is information sharing, confidence building between the stakeholders, building capacity of participants, identifying strategies and actions that should be taken when there is any breach, and understanding the emerging issues in the region, in the country, and also in the region at large. And we have had several outcomes from those meetings, and some of them have actually gone into law, and have been there are some regulations that have come from those incidences. And also we participate at something we call NC4 in Kenya, which is Computer and Cyber Crime Coordination Committee, which is a collaboration to create conducive regulations in Kenya to ensure that cyber incidents are actually handled. We've had challenges, cyber challenges. For example, this year, there was a serious DDoS attack that was done by an organization called Anonymous Sudan. Anonymous Sudan, I think they have attacked even some State Department organs in US. So they managed to do a serious DDoS attack, denial of service attack on several key installations, including bringing down M-Pesa. So M-Pesa was down for like a day or some hours. And M-Pesa is a critical infrastructure in Kenya because most payments are done using the mobile payment system. So you can imagine you go to a petrol station, you want to fuel your car, and the system is not working. You are in a hotel, you have ordered a meal, you want to pay for your meal, but you cannot make the payment. You want to make a transaction, maybe to pay school fees for your child or pay for bus, and it's not working. So that was a serious breach. And they also managed to do the DDoS attack on government infrastructure, especially a service called Huduma in Kenya. That service provides citizen services like renewal of passports, applications, application for birth certificates, and also electronic visa. So citizens travelers who are coming to Kenya could not actually be able to apply for electronic visas because the system was down. And this DDoS was coordinated through botnets. You know, botnets are just devices that have been taken over, zombie devices. And the Anonymous Sudan guys are also able to buy more cloud infrastructure so that they can be able to attack a single server. And you know, even advanced countries and advanced corporations are not able to handle DDoS attacks effectively. Because actually one of the top 5 companies in the world had their cloud servers taken down by this particular organization. So it's a big challenge that, of course, something like this best practice forums can be able to handle, to see that how better coordination, especially between security organs, Interpol, to be able to bring these bad actors to book. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, thank you so much for that insight from Kenya, and that human impact again from the loss of these services during the incidents. I kind of want to turn the first question to Dino, actually. You asked the question about how to assess and evaluate the impact from that normative perspective, but hearing especially from Susan and Kivuva, is there a way that auditors are looking at that human impact now, or do you have any suggestions or ideas on how that human side can also be integrated into the auditing and consideration of the norms, but also cybersecurity practices?
So in terms of, if you will, basic terms of reference that guide, in general, the ICT profession, but also the IT auditing profession, of course, at the foundation, there is the triad: people, process, and technologies. And in preparing for an audit, we are asked as auditor to first and foremost conduct an audit risk assessment. Because fundamentally, given the broad scope of area that can or should be audited, it's humanly impossible to have an adequate number of resources to cover the whole spectrum. And therefore, the term and the principle that it's used is that in planning audits, what the audit profession within the UN does, it approaches the function with risk-based auditing. So during the conduct of the risk analysis, there is an evaluation not only of the technical aspect of an area, not only an evaluation, the assessment of the budgetary amount associated, for example, with an office or with a function or with an organization. But definitely, one of the guiding principles is the asset. What is the asset that it is or could be impacted by, for example, in the area of cybersecurity, by a hacking attack? And we all agree that the most important asset is the human being. The most important asset for the organization is the staff member and those that the United Nations serves. So I would say positively that there is that appreciation, and there is definitely that consideration that puts the human being at the center of the process. So it's not just an acronym, but there is also a sequence of priority where you look first at the people, then on the process, and ultimately and finally at the technology as a mean to an end. Thank you.
Excellent. It's really good to hear that human angle is considered already, and hopefully can be considered more also in the policy space and things like that. One thing you mentioned was, with the broad scope of the issue, it's impossible to consider everything. But if it's impossible to consider everything, it's even more impossible to secure everything and respond to everything. So oftentimes it takes partners. So I kind of want to ask you the next question, Louise, that you mentioned about the requests for assistance from international partners, and obviously that took place in the incidents that you guys were looking at. Can you explore that kind of dynamic a little bit more as well?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, again, going back to the discussion on how do we connect the norms that have been agreed at the international level with like the practice, right? I think there's a lot of discussion since 2015 because there's the norm on like whenever there's a particular incident of large scale that is of national concern that another state can either request or another country, like let's say a supporting country, can come and provide assistance. And what we've seen in the past year, honestly, Clay, is an evolution of the discussion of requests for assistance, right? And I think it relates a lot to CCB, to cyber capacity building. I was talking about that in a different panel, but I'm just gonna bring it here. I think we need to break down the different dimensions of assistance. So the first one being, that kind of programs that really develop skills that, help develop a more, let's say, resiliency in different countries. I think there's one that's specific to crisis response, right? So whenever there's like Costa Rica, you had different governments supporting Costa Rica coming and still until today kind of providing support in terms of Vanuatu as well. You know, you had the Australians that have been kind of like collaborating a lot, but you do have a history there of like multiple engagements that lead to that trust building element between governments and then providing assistance. So it's not as if, you know, a country goes through a particular kind of like large scale incident, normally ransomware as we've been discussing, and then, you know, country X comes in. So there needs to be that rapport, there needs to be that trust. So there are a couple of elements that we got from the discussion. So as I said, the second part of our let's say workshop with different member states and also with stakeholders was really to look at, you know, what does it mean to talk about requests for assistance. So what we saw was that assistance varies in addition, you know, varies depending on severity, on its type, on its context. When I mentioned, you know, the crises, the conflict element, and let's say your usual skills building and resilience, they're very different types of contexts, right, when you actually need to provide assistance. So the first element that states kind of highlighted in that particular environment was that there needs to be, you know, they need to ensure that governments are aware of the criticality of incident. And I think that's something that's kind of like homework. It's inside the government that's going through the crisis most of the times, right? It's like, it's convincing that, you know, domestically, most of the, let's say, cybersecurity professionals in the policy angle and also on the technical side are overstretched. So they need to go and knock on different doors and say, you know, this is a relevant incident. We're not being able to access our systems because of that. And I think the powerful element of ransomware incidents is that it makes it, you know, it denies access to a particular kind of service. So it's easier to see the impact of that particular incident immediately, but still there's a lot of convincing, and we heard a lot of that during the discussion. Also, it's about, you know, assembling and coordinating internally, so countries that might not have had the opportunity to do that, sometimes you do have a national CERT, but at the other end, you know, is your CERT well integrated into, let's say, your broader policy response? So I think these are opportunities where, you know, there needs to be a lot of coordination. The second element on, you know, thinking about the application of this norm for requests for assistance is really, you know, strengthening coordination among and within states providing assistance. So we talked a lot yesterday and the 2 days before about this, but it's really avoiding duplication of efforts. And one thing that we heard from different Pacific Island countries is there normally is, and others as well, that there's normally a lot of offers of trainings with regards to certs and to skills building. But if there are different countries providing the same kind of assistance, you know, what's the added value? What's the sustainability of those kinds of efforts? And there was a lot of discussion around that. And I think we are at the stage, given the, be it the Russo-Ukrainian war, be it the context of, you know, different conflicts and how the cyber dimension has been included in that, we're seeing a test of different mechanisms trying to respond and provide assistance in a more agile way. But there's still lots of things that we need to explore, the role of the private sector in all of this. And finally, the point that they raised was really to develop capacity for proactive monitoring and response. So we also had Montenegro in the room. And the representative from Montenegro gave a really good example that in his case, he was the only POC across government. So he had to kind of assemble all the information to kind of, you know, send it across. So, but there is a very opportunistic thing, which in a positive way is that they actually, after the incident, they had political momentum to develop their national cybersecurity agency and also to develop their new national cybersecurity strategy. So I think there are things that we can learn from this process, both in terms of what kinds of mechanisms do we need, what are the contexts that we're applying these requests for assistance? Do we need specific mechanisms depending on, you know, which, you know, if it's just your usual, let's say, resilience building or crisis response? And I think finally, it's really being realistic about the bureaucracy of government and how can the private sector and other stakeholders support in all of that.
Thanks, Louise. I kind of want to jump over to Susan next, actually, because we've seen a lot of each other the last few weeks, but most recently we were at the P4C conference in Fiji looking at capacity building, and it kind of touches on what Louise just said. We discussed all the elements of what's happening, what's being duplicated, how to coordinate, and how to do better. So I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts, Susan, on kind of the best ways for the Pacific as a region, considering all the incidents that have happened in the discussions over the last couple of weeks, to kind of prepare for those future incidents, build those relationships with partners across the Pacific, but also globally, to be able to respond to those kind of ransomware incidents.
Yes, thank you so much for this question. There are several points that have been touched, and one of them is the cooperation that has been embraced regionally. And I think I'd like to highlight this also a little bit more. You know, in the Pacific region, we have different country nations, and these nations are in different paths when it comes to their journey on cybersecurity. There's some of them that are more advanced in their journey in cybersecurity, and they're taking advanced steps. There's some of them that are not so in this advanced level when they come to walk in the cybersecurity space. But at the same time, there's some of them that are new in that space of cybersecurity, and hence they are taking baby steps in that journey. So when it comes to effectively addressing those cybersecurity incidents, the power of collaboration and cooperation in a region, as one of our panelists mentioned, Australia is assisting our tiny island nation, which we were so blessed to have this assistance. When it comes to addressing it, this collaboration helps this tiny island nation address these cyber incidents more effectively and more efficiently. And this is one of the main things I would like to highlight as a region. It's very important to have strategic collaboration and cooperation among regions, as it fosters this ability to effectively address cybersecurity. And last couple of weeks, we have the PAXON annual meeting in Vanuatu, and also we have the first symposium also in Vanuatu, and then followed by the P4C in Fiji. And these are some of the main things, some of the main platforms that helps this collaboration and strengthen this relationship among the countries, while at the same time being mindful of the fact that all of these countries in the region share many same values, and that is very, very important when it comes to addressing these types of things in regards to trust.
Thanks, Susan. I'm really glad you kind of outlined the range of events that we were just at. So P4C was very much about capacity building and bringing in resources and working together as a wider region and globally. PAXON is actually a regional network of incident response, Pacific to Pacific assistance. And of course, with FIRST, we were able to bring in the private sector, communities of practice, and the broader stakeholder group to explore and build those networks of assistance as well. So it's very important to remember that your partners that you can turn to aren't just interstate, but also within your region, but also within your society. And that's something I kind of want to touch on within the Kenyan context. We had an interesting discussion about how Kenya's CERT looks and engages with the multi-stakeholder community. So I was wondering if you could share a little bit about that, but also how the involvement of civil society in the work with Kenya CERT has kind of created better results.
Okay, thank you for that. So Kiktanet belongs to the Kenya CERT. We are actually members of the CERT. We represent the civil society interests in the CERT. And one of the big things that we can do is actually capacity building. From where we sit, social engineering is very big, is a big threat, especially in our country. And the reason is everybody has a banking account on their phone through mobile money banking. And even the middle class or those well-to-do have mobile apps connected to their banks, or they do internet banking. So it's very easy to do social engineering on like everybody across the entire spectrum of the population, because everybody, there's something you can get from them. So we've seen very vulnerable people, probably people who are not well informed or educated, being wiped clean by criminals. So they just get a call, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm calling from the bank, and your account is about to be closed. Please send me this information so that we can update your account details, or else your account will be closed by the bank and you'll lose all your money." So they send either it's a two-factor authentication code that is sent to their device or things like that. And all their money is wiped out from the account. So that is very common. And sometimes it's even insider information. Maybe that somebody in a telecommunication company and the bank is working with criminals. So we saw the need to do citizen cyber hygiene. So within that, we created very simple messaging using posters, flyers, simple cartoons, comic strips, which we distributed through different platforms. Most of them were social media platforms, but we also used television and radio, especially vernacular radio, which has a wider reach for the marginalized. And this one we targeted women, farmers, because there is a big farming community, and the farmers are actually businessmen because they sell their produce to the market. And we took this key simple messaging to the ground. And we came with actually one acronym called STICK, just S-T-I-C-K, meaning when you see anything, you have to stop, think, and check before you act. And this was a very successful campaign, Citizen Cyber Hygiene campaign, which had a reach of around, from our analysis, we reached around 3 million beneficiaries directly. And that was achieved by also training of trainers. So we had like 140 trainers that we trained so that they can be able to take this information to the village level. And so one of the big things that civil society can play is actually participate in capacity building. And when they work closely with the SATs, they're able to know what are the threats that are there and what are the intervention or what are the measures that can be taken to solve those threats. Yeah.
Cool. It's excellent to see that in practice, and certainly something that a lot of the rest of the community can learn from. At this point, I'd really like to involve all of you. Again, best practices forums are all about everyone getting involved across the community. So please feel free. We have a microphone at the end of each aisle. Just line up if you guys want to ask a question, or also if you want to share a similar experience of incidents occurring in your country or some of the work that you've done within the UNGG, OEWG, Program of Action type space where the norms and incidents are coming together. So does anyone have an initial question? I think we have one person coming up. No, just taking a seat. So think of things, please come up. Here we go. Please introduce yourself as well before asking.
Hi, good morning. Francisco Libardia, diplomat from Panama. My question is directed to the day after a cyber incident. During my journey here in the IGF, well, I have heard that international law is applicable to cyberspace, but my question is, how can we enforce international law after a cyber incident? One. And my second question is, in the case of Costa Rica and Vanuatu, what are the legal mechanisms that they have in order to hold accountable the cyber attackers and, of course, claim compensation after a cyber incident? Because I remember in the past, for instance, before the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, there was no forum or not legal mechanism or legal venue to claim damages or to claim, when your ship was seized by any other country. But after the UNCLOS, we have ITLOS today that you can go to ITLOS and hold accountable any other country or the ones that affect your ships. So I would like your thoughts or your experiences, or what does developing nations as Costa Rica and Vanuatu have in order to hold accountable cyber attackers and to claim compensation after a cyber incident?
All right, we're starting off with a hard one. Does anyone want to take a first crack at it? Louise?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Definitely not easy questions. So in terms of your first question on how to enforce international law, I think there are lots of open-endedness, with regards to that. I think there's a lot of interpretation and understanding of how different states see the applicability of international law in cyberspace before we arrive to that effective kind of answer. But I think we're progressing because many states, and in the region, you have Brazil and you have Costa Rica being countries that already publish their views. So I think that's a good step and a positive step. So I think Costa Rica definitely, we could say that the fact that Costa Rica published their views on international law is one of the outcomes of that thinking and political prioritization. But one of the things that we discussed during the event that I mentioned, the workshop, and that states raised was, it's not all, there's still an open-ended question about when it comes to ransomware incidents, and that is applicable to other large-scale incidents, right? When does it constitute a breach of sovereignty? Right, if an incident does constitute that. And I think we still don't have an interpretation of how different states actually see this. Some are more strict about what does it mean to, what does it mean to infringe or breach sovereignty. France, for example, has a very narrow interpretation. Brazil has another interpretation. But I think as countries publish their views, it's going to be clear on what are the expectations on enforcement, then to reach a more concrete conversation of what that means, like, and how do we find common ground. And to your second question on how to hold accountable attackers, I think there are two dimensions to that. I think there's definitely a domestic dimension, and I think countries already have things in their toolbox to respond. So, some countries use sanctions to call out bad behavior. Some do joint political attribution. But is that the case for most of the countries? I wonder whether there is this political interest of actually calling out bad behavior in that sense. I think from a criminal perspective, of course, law enforcement has done a lot in terms of integrated networks, Interpol, Ameripol, and others kind of trying to share information and respond from, let's say, a crime-based level. But at the international peace and security, I think it's still quite challenging, not to say that there's no progress. But the second dimension that I wanted to talk about is the international one. So the new Agenda for Peace, published just recently at the UN, does talk about a mechanism for accountability internationally. What does that mean going forward? I think there's lots to discuss, but I think we do have a lot already in terms of experiences that have been shared within the OEWG, and us as a research community and other stakeholders have been trying to facilitate more of that dialogue with states to understand what the practice lies and how do they see that. So hopefully that provides some food for thought.
If I can just add one additional comment, in addition to the jurisdictional layer and domain, and I speak for direct experience. This is a public event. The pension fund a few years ago was attacked by ransomware. We made it public, and of course we had to engage, and we engaged with the hosting country, with the FBI specifically in my case. And at the operational level, the technical level, one other open-ended question is the question of attribution. Before being able to raise the issue in front of the jurisdictional level, there is a need to observe the rule of evidence and being able to demonstrate who, what, when, and how. And that's, going back to what I was saying before, there is the need also at the technical level to have that body of generally accepted principle that recognize the forensic process that goes into collecting that evidence and submitting it to the jurisdictional bodies. Thank you.
So you are talking about the genuine link between the crime and the possible author.
Exactly.
And recapping your response, so you are talking about like to advance moving toward a path of customary international law, because if you are sharing your view, it's a state practice, but we don't have opinio juris right now.
Precisely, and I think that, if countries do publish more of their views on international law, that will help with establishing that body, for sure. But I think we're at the stage where, some will only have so over at the Americas, right? I mean, the OAS has, convened, the Inter-American Judicial Committee, and countries have been consulted on their views, and I think there's still a lot of in-house efforts to raise the political priority of those kinds of discussions so that, states feel as if they can publish within their regional bodies, within the UN. So I think there are lots of layers that can be explored, and there's a lot of progress already kind of like happening in Latin America. So that's potentially something, a positive note in going forward, right? But I think there's a lot to achieve still.
Thank you.
I also like to just give a little bit food for thought on that. Yes, it is quite hard to get every country to agree on, this international law going forward, as it's a reality of what is actually happening. But one of the things that we could consider is to have legal frameworks on a regional level, have countries agree on that as a benchmark, and then we move forward. Perhaps it will be more practical to have the countries in your region have a benchmark when it comes to the legal frameworks and how to hold bad players accountable for their actions and etc. That is more practical as compared to trying to get 80 countries to agree on one thing. So yeah, just food for thought. Thank you.
Interesting your suggestion about regional mechanisms. Interesting.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the question. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm Larissa Calza from the Cyber Division of the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to thank all the panelists for their very good presentations. So one question I would have, building up from what my colleague just mentioned on the issue of possible remedies, countermeasures, sanctions. One of the panelists mentioned the importance of building up forensic evidence to find out the origins of these attacks. But how do we deal from a more international peace and security standpoint with the fact that many times countries amass that evidence but are unwilling to actually publish it while still wanting to put some sort of countermeasures in place? And on another note, I would also like to ask your views on the possible effectiveness of some initiatives that are currently going on trying to establish political declarations on the non-payment of ransomware. How effective can they be? How enforceable can they be? Thank you.
Another very good question. And I'm not sure whether I do have an answer. I can just speak for experience here. And again, looking both the experience as auditor and auditee here. And the way I see it is that here you need both a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. Definitely the resolution, the treaty, the agreement are extremely important to create a level of consensus at the high level. But at the same time, there is the need for a bottom-up approach where the practitioners, those who are responsible for the day-to-day operation, agree on a set of standards and technical procedure that will allow them to at least be consistent and to agree also on a level of disclosure that allows the prompt information about an attack. So there is, unfortunately, as I think you alluded to implicitly in your comments and observation, a resistance in disclosing because there is fear, there are responsibility, there's accountability. And so what we are trying, I think the community is still trying to resolve is to how to find the right balance between being responsible in sharing, but at the same time being responsible in not oversharing, in not providing too many details that will, if you will, increase the negative impact of that kind of event. So at the technical level, I don't want to go into many technicalities, but for example, there are now technologies that start to allow what they call the zero knowledge proof. They start allowing the ability to provide certain information without disclosing too many details about the origin. And maybe in that area, again, with international standard, for example, from the ISO, there could be a way to find approaches and methodology that will enable those who are working on a day-to-day operation to share this information in a timely manner and to make use of them.
Larissa, if I may ask, could you repeat the first question? Is it a lack of willingness from any kind of other organization and kind of share information, or is it specific kind of like stakeholders?
Mostly when it comes to states attributing cyber attacks to other states, most of the time that happens without the sharing of the evidence that actually
Yes.
led to that attribution.
No, absolutely. I think there, there's. I'm going to be very pragmatic here. I think there is a state prerogative, right, of what kinds of information they can share. Of course, when it comes to joint attribution, which we've seen increasingly in the past couple of years, I think there is an attempt to prove that many states come together and that they're able to kind of verify that. Maybe that signals reassurance, but I definitely understand that there is some kind of challenge there in terms of actual evidence, even though there's sensitivities around that. On effectiveness of payments when it comes to ransomware, as I'd say that, for example, the UK government has been quite, strict, no payments. I think there needs to be a balance in terms, I agree in many ways with saying, not to finance these groups. I think it's a reasonable thing to say. But I think it is something that needs to be accompanied by government support, right? So if there's a policy coming at the national level that says it is not effective, we recommend that you don't pay ransoms, you're basically saying if you don't have support to these kind of companies or organizations that they're just gonna fail and that they don't have any support to kind of recover from that. And so I think there needs to be a proactiveness in supporting the recovery, and that is something that governments should reflect. And I think also there's a growing cyber insurance market which profits a lot from that, and that's growing based on those kinds of policies. But I'd say that, I think, you cannot say, don't pay ransom and not have support to the victims irrespectively of the country that you're talking about.
I'd like to put you on the spot, Susan, actually, because one of the great things that we've seen over the last couple weeks has been the sharing of the incidents by CERT Vanuatu, CERT Tonga, PNG CERT, and all the folks across the Pacific, which has been great. It hasn't, of course, reached the level of forensics, because it was, presentations. But in none of these cases were attribution made, at least in the public forums. And there was no evidence or no sharing that anyone had actually paid any ransoms. So I just wanted to see if you had any thoughts on kind of the value of the attribution, as well as kind of that ransomware question.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, when it comes to these types of incidents, I will again like to shine light on this mutual trust. And that can be easily captured when you're from a region, the same region. So when this incident happens with platforms such as Paxon and First, we have stakeholders feel free to share information more freely. And that helps when it comes to coming up with strategies going forward in addressing cyber incidents more effectively. And I would also like to highlight again, in this stage where we are heading into this digital environment, the need of collaboration, strategic collaboration and cooperation amongst regional stakeholders is really, really important. The option of going solo is not an option anymore, and it's unfortunately not effective in many ways. So yes.
Kivuva, did you have any thoughts about some of the regional approaches that you guys were going through?
Yeah, I think probably for our local context, we have to work very closely with the regional bodies, especially like in Africa, we work with AU and AFRIPOL, so that if there is any actor who is outside the country and wants to be apprehended, these different organizations may be able to help. But of course, the world the political system now is very fragmented. So there is East versus West. There is now Russia's versus West. So even if an actor or the adversary is on a state which you are not in good diplomatic terms with them, it becomes very hard to be able to collaborate and even have them apprehended. That's why we see there are some countries within the world which are notorious in producing or producing these attacks like DDoS attacks, for example, or those phishing attacks or those spam. They are in some pockets of some countries that are not really collaborating with the international system of cybersecurity or international criminal system. So that is probably at a very higher level.
Cool, thank you.
Hi, my name is Wilson. I am a youth de Brazil. My question is, how to establish cybersecurity policies based on the logic of the Global South and the multi-stakeholder when a large part of the debates on security still permeates bodies, genders, races, and the regions of specifics as the Global North. And I would even like to understand how the documents on the subject have proposed or not proposed to address each issues, taking into account the need to respect the security of countries, especially in the Global South, and security of the minorities includes cases of government hacking such as Pegasus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wilson, for the question. I'm going to try to break it down in maybe 2 bits. So how to establish a policy based in the Global South. I think we need to think about policy making as different, let's say, concentric circles, right? And I think there is this discussion that we were having about the international level at the UN, right? And obviously the objective over there is really to arrive at a consensus document and output, right? So you have all of these member states coming together to kind of produce that. But I think, as I alluded to previously, there are other spaces at the regional level that really kind of provide that platform for thinking, what does cybersecurity mean from that perspective? At the regional level, at the OAS, there's a confidence building measures working group focusing on cyber that has been there since 2016, right? And I think there's lots of layers to that. You know, countries when they gather, and you know that applies to the African Union, it applies, you know, to ASEAN. It's really about developing trust at the regional level so that you can arrive at a stage where states can come together and say, yes, we agree on these things. And the CBM's working group over at the OAS, you know, they have established, you know, we need points of contact throughout the region. And all of that layers up into thinking about and creating a vision over there. And if you think the OAS, for example, like in don't quote me on that, in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, or even before that, they published like a resolution on, you know, cyberspace within the Americas, like hemispheric security. So I think, you know, and the UN was also publishing a resolution on that a couple of years before. So you see these concentric circles, you see the debate progressing, so I think there's space for that. But even at the UN, part of the resolution, part of the final, let's say, report of these conversations at the open-ended working group, they have recognized the importance of thinking about capacity building as something that's south-south, north-south, and triangular. So that is a language from the development discussions that has been incorporated. And I think there's a huge agenda for research and thinking of like what South-South cooperation means within the first committee, within the context of, let's say, capacity building throughout the region. And I think we're getting there, and there's like, maybe my colleagues can talk more about that. There is the conference, the Global Cyber Capacity Building Conference that's gonna happen. And I think it's a platform for thinking about, let's say, how to progress a South-South vision on that point.
Very briefly, what I will add to what Louise just mentioned, and definitely I agree, very good model to exemplify the concentric circles, is, as I was talking before about the risk approach. If in the risk approach there are, and there is an appreciation and consideration for risk that address exactly those issues that you were alluding to, I think then the result and the outcome of the analysis will be in line, will include an evaluation and a consideration of aspect of representation. So it's all about having those criteria being as comprehensive as possible at the beginning of the process. So I think very humbly, this report that we are discussing today is probably an excellent example of that kind of approach. Because after the 2021 work that has been done on the norms, this report aimed at looking at the impact of the cybersecurity event on the citizen across the globe, and feedback the result of that analysis evaluation. That in turn can inform and can improve in a continuous improvement approach the definition of the criteria that are considered for the analysis of risk.
So on the issue of Pegasus, if Edward Snowden is still in exile, you see that countries which are more powerful are able to push their agenda, and weaker countries, there's nothing we can do. So these are issues maybe that can be discussed at the Security Council, as you had addressed before, because these are advanced states. They have all the financial, military, muscle, power. So that discussion still actually sits at probably at the UN Security Council, and that's why Edward Snowden is still in exile after revealing all the information that he revealed, all the truth that he did. Yeah.
Can I just add a quick point to that on the Pegasus and commercial hacking tools? I think we need to think about how developing countries develop their own cyber capabilities. Of course, there's the whole concentric circles, regional coordination, but I think there is another layer, which is for countries that are not the ones developing most of those technologies. I mean, how do they develop the capability to investigate, which, in terms of law enforcement, there's certain accountabilities, but how do we think about the responsibility or the values and principles involved in thinking about the capability development when it comes to cyber operations, or even to, let's say, other types of activities that states conduct in cyberspace? So I think that is something to consider, because it's a bit of a paradox there that needs to be further reflected. How do countries, especially developing countries, acquire capabilities and make sure that they are not, doing that in an unaccountable or irresponsible way?
Thanks, guys. In the interest of time, we'll take both of your questions together, if that's all right, and the panel can answer them. If you want to ask yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Honorable Mishimboka from Kenya, and also a commissioner representing information and communication for the parliament. I'm happy that we have our Kenyan representative here, and I would also request you that in terms of involving the stakeholders, you need to incorporate members of parliament, because that is where we legislate some laws, and it's where we formulate some policies. So it is prudent that you also involve us in your processes. My question is, I come from a country where we have been attacked many times by the terrorist gangs known as Al-Shabaab. The major one being the 7th August 1998 bomb blast. So for now, we are really anticipating that maybe there might be cyber terrorism. So I'm just asking whether, as an international platform, whether you have some strategies or measures you are putting in place to ensure that we are going to counter this kind of a process, that cyber terrorism. Because right now, they're just trying in a small scale, infiltrating our military bases and maybe our computer system. But who knows, maybe sometimes, maybe later or in future, they might use this so that to create more havoc to our country, or rather in the globe. So my question is, are we prepared, or what are we doing to ensure that this one will not be a big threat to the world? I thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Good morning, dear panelists. My name is Elaine Liu, and I come from Singapore. I'm an independent participant at this IGF forum. So first of all, I really like the use case that shared on Kenya. Coincidentally, I'm talking about Kenya, and I like the word stick, which is stop, think, and you check. So let me bring down a couple of layers down what I'm trying to say here. As citizen of this global world, when we have cyber best practices, sometimes it's at the top level or organizational. But at the citizens level, that's what best practices need to be in place as well, and that's lacking. There's excessive data collection with the retail store. You get cheated when you apply your jobs. And today, the cyber crimes and fraud are no longer localized, but regionalized and internationalized. So my question is really, is there any way we could think about and enforce and police check how we collect data? Because when we shop or we apply jobs, we tend to supply a lot of data. And data is the first entry to a lot of these systems and cyber crime or fraud. So data collection. And number two is about penalty. It's about calling the bad guys and making it so obvious to the citizens, because there's a part to play by citizens at the cybersecurity practices. So that's what I'm sharing. My background is cybersecurity and data protection, but I also get the fear of being cheated. So the question is, how do you stop, think, and the check? What do that each citizen need to do? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cool. Very, very quickly, 15 seconds.
So I'm Vineet. I'm the Global President for Cyber Peace for the Records. Well, I'd like to just share, and basically a quick question for the panel is, there are a lot of tech-based abuse that's happening, cyber-enabled trafficking, CSAM, and other issues happening. While there are issues, there are also challenges that we see on the ground that we are duplicating efforts. So how do we kind of ensure sustainability and impact rather than duplicating, so that the resources that we create, we kind of share it with the other stakeholders, partners, to avoid duplication and focus more on sustainability and the impact? Thank you.
Thank you so much. By way of a closing statement, I hope each of our panelists can choose one of the three questions or touch on all three. Maybe 1 minute each. We'll start from Susan and work our way back.
Thank you so much. I'd like to start on the last question. How do we make sure we do not duplicate effort? Just last week, we have the Pacific Hub, the GFCE, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise Pacific Hub launch. And this is one of the platforms that is in place to address all these issues of trying our best to make sure we utilize our resources more effectively and efficiently, and not duplicating the efforts. And this is also, having the GFC is having also the Chisitribi, another event that we'll be having in Ghana, and that's also trying to find this cyber capacity building gaps, but at the same time focusing on making use of our resources on the best productive level as we can. And yes, I think that's, thank you so much.
Okay, so I want to thank my Member of Parliament, Honorable Mishimboko, for inviting us to collaborate with them. Actually, before there is a new parliament in Kenya because elections were done last year. So in the last parliament, we used to collaborate very much. We used to have roundtables with the committee on IT, so chaired by Honorable Kisang, and also in Senate chaired by Honorable Gideon Moi. So we take that invitation and we look for you so that we can actually form a new collaboration going forward. Of course, on what she's talking about, cyber terrorism, there is a challenge in Kenya, and especially in the parts of northern Kenya, you find critical infrastructure, especially telecommunication masts. They are usually targeted by terrorists because that part borders Somalia. So it's an easy hit. And Of course, I think they have a security committee in Parliament. Probably there's a way they will be able to handle that. But we've been getting international support from the countries that Kenya is collaborating with to try and handle the terrorism part. And that also is also on cyber terrorism. There is also international support. Probably on data collection, there is principles of data minimization, and I know GDPR probably addresses that. And also, countries can have local internalized laws. Like Kenya has a data protection law and a data protection commissioner, and they usually enforce collection, and there is usually penalties. Like last week, there was like around $100,000 worth of penalties that were issued to organizations that were breaching data of citizens. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Awesome to see that practical outcome of the session as well.
Thank you. I will try to address very briefly the question, the comments on the data collection. This is for me a very near and dear area, because in the last 7 years, most of my time has been invested in designing and implementing a digital identity solution for the United Nations Pension Fund, for the 84,000 retirees and beneficiaries around the world that receive periodic payments from the United Nations. And before we collect, it means that we're sharing. And I think we can all agree that nowadays, in interacting with the online services, we are oversharing a lot of information that theoretically will not be needed. I mean, the reference also to data minimization. So I think that there is hope that new models and new technology, such as self-sovereign identity and selective disclosure, can lead to a situation where we are no longer required to oversharing, and therefore to reduce that amount of data that inevitably then gets mined and gets collected. Thank you.
Very quickly, three points to stick to my 3 points as a standard. On the impact sustainability question, first is definitely information sharing. I think there are public platforms for thinking about initiatives that are trying to do the same thing. But then I think the Sybil portal from the GFC is a very interesting example of how the public information can really help across both governmental and non-governmental organizations to know what other parts of the world and other, let's say, organizations are doing in terms of capacity building. I think there is one of the things that also came out of the discussion that we had over at the OAWG is being able to monitor activities. So when it comes to crisis response, some of the projects are public, some are made public in the sense of, countries sometimes say that they're supporting country X, or a country that's being supported says that. So I think there's a lot of cataloging that we need to do, and I say that as a research community, in terms of tracking those different types of assistance. And finally, I think there is an evolving landscape of enhancing mechanisms, so it's not just about having an MOU anymore, it's maybe thinking about procurement, something that came out of, and how to enhance procurement in certain instances, and that came out also of our discussion at the OAWG, is some countries don't necessarily just want skills building, they also want technology. So how do you ensure that when you actually have technology coming in, that you don't have a short-term licensing agreement, that you actually build the technology and embed it for a longer period of time. So these are my 3 points, and I'd just like to thank the BPF for the wonderful work that they have been doing.
Yes, let me echo the thank you to all the contributors to the BPF, to everyone who's asked the questions, and of course to the panelists for such an engaging conversation. Thank you guys so much for sharing your insights, and thank you to everyone.
Lucian, you're here? Yes. Okay, so sit here. I hadn't seen you at all this time. This was a crazy idea. I'll have to log on to the IGF. I have to log on to the. I was in your time. I didn't. Did you guys know how to vote? Because I didn't see it. Sure did. What? Oh.
Good morning. Welcome to the 18th annual IGF meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. Konnichiwa, hello, and as they say in my home countries, South Africa and Zambia, Dumelang and Molibwanji. In this dynamic panel, we connect global communities through 160 plus national, regional, and sub-regional and youth IGF initiatives. Focused on data governance and trust building, we will explore the vital link between reliable internet and effective data governance. Our discussions will delve into the diverse role of data and societal progress and sustainability. We'll assess the effectiveness of existing data governance mechanisms and examine the potential benefits of regional frameworks for robust data protection. The panel will analyze the differing impacts of data regulations in the Global South versus the Global North and explore the feasibility of a global policy paradigm versus local solutions. Additionally, we will unveil practical strategies for enforcing data strategy regulations, especially concerning empowerment strategies for internet users and data subjects. We will look at the culture of sound data and data governance, existing methodologies that can be used to refine data protection policies, examine the capacity of data governance frameworks, garner to enhance transparency and accountability in the data ecosystem. We'll break down what responsible data usage looks like in our society and likened values. Last but not least, we'll also look at discussing the mitigation of internet fragmentation and the challenges associated with that. My name is Zanyu Ntatisi Asare. I'm an entrepreneur, advocate of the High Court of South Africa, with a focus on data protection and emerging technologies, CEO of DigiLegal, a consultancy providing regulation, policy, and information technology-based services to both private and public sector clients. I've been afforded the privilege to be your on-site moderator for this main NRI session titled Data Governance and Trust for the Internet We Want, hosted right here in Kyoto, Japan. Joining me online as a moderator is Judith Hallerstein from the United States of America. And I have this amazing panel in front of me. So what I will do is, to get this show on the road, is I will allow my very capable panel to introduce themselves. The first question that we'll start with when I ask you to introduce yourself is to just explain from a regional perspective and NRI perspective, what specific mechanisms exist from your region or your locality, and do you believe that they're working? So if you could have name, where you're from, and do these mechanisms exist, and do you believe that they're effective?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Zanvi. My name is Charles Shaban. I'm the Middle East consultant for the International Trademark Association, known for many as INTA. I'm here representing the Arab IGF. To answer your question, there are many, of course, laws in the region to tackle the data governance in general and sometimes data privacy. Maybe it's became a more important issue after the GDPR became known for everyone. So many of the countries in the region started having their own laws. To be even very practical, some of them is mainly laws on the maybe not used a lot. So we need to tackle this even in the Arab IGF. So I think the best way to start my presentation is to mention something that in the Arab IGF, we are supposed to have one in February next year, hopefully. So one of the main tracks is regarding data governance again. So I will just read a small paragraph. It mentions what are the description about this track in specific. And I'm happy to know that our co-chairs of the steering task force of the Arab IGF are here who have helped in that. So the importance of data is on the rise. An organization wealth and value is measured today by the data it collects and owns on its users, clients, and individuals. In fact, data today became a vertical economy by itself. This data is used for engagement, growth, and monetization purposes. While it's acceptable for organizations to benefit from the data they collect on the individuals, it is far more important to protect and preserve the individual's right regarding the data collected about him or her. This is crucial since the collected data is not only related to the individual's biodata, but goes beyond that to include habits, behavior, and demographics. This is done today by almost all organizations interacted with through cyberspace and the internet. Therefore, individuals have an equal right to know what data is collected about them, how it is used, manipulated, and analyzed. They have the right to view it, review it, dispute it, and provide their consent to it. To address this challenge, data privacy and data governance became the focal areas to ensure the fair use and balance between rights of organizations and rights of individuals on how their data is used. So as you noticed, even in the Arab IGF, we want to even to tackle this more. So hopefully we will have even more rigid laws to answer your questions soon and after the participation of all stakeholders in the region. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Good morning, I'm Alison Gilwald from Research ICT Africa. It's a digital policy and regulatory and governance think tank, which is based in Cape Town but operates across the continent. I'm also from the University of Cape Town Nelson Mandela School, where we have a doctoral program on digital economy and society. I represent the African IGF proudly, and here I've been asked today to speak particularly about the African Union Data Policy Framework, which RIA was technical advisors on. But perhaps just to say, while we speak about trust, is that although there's been a lot of development around, the mechanisms you need in place for trust, these are often on the basis of assumptions around mature markets, mature democracies, rule of law, high levels of human development, so a lot of absorptive capacity and ability to exercise one's rights. And these conditions don't necessarily pertain in other parts of the world that we need to create these trusted environments in. So the African Union Data Policy Framework very much acknowledges this environment. It's a very high-level principle document that has these very aspirational and important rights-based principles in the document, but it also is committed so that we can get on and do this, to a progressive realization of these, that we're actually all in very uneven spaces and development. I should point out that the data policy framework is much more than a data protection framework. The effects of GDPR on the continent, of course, was that there was extensive rollout, not always effectively, of data protection mechanisms on the continent. But this document, this framework is far greater than that. It's about personal and non-personal data, and importantly about creating a trusted environment to unleash the use of non-personal data, particularly within a number of initiatives which I can speak about on the continent. So the data governance framework is comprehensively covered in terms of data access control, quality, open data, those kinds of governance mechanisms that we need to create an effective data economy on the continent. But it's also prefaced by a very important front-end first part of this document, which acknowledges the digital readiness and legal and human rights readiness frameworks that we need on the continent. So the first point to make probably is that only a third of Africans are actually connected to the internet. So while we're trying to create a trusted environment, it's highly exclusionary currently. So all of these foundational infrastructures, foundational law and enabling law is required. And the document is progressive, I believe, globally progressive in this context, in which it acknowledges the importance of inclusion, of equity, and of redress, importantly, in this environment, and the need to create an enabling environment, which covers the kind of checkbox now on data protection and data security, but very importantly speaks about the importance of legitimacy. You don't simply get, those are necessary conditions for trust, but you don't get trust simply from data protection and a secure internet. You need to have the legitimacy around the enabling framework so that people actually feel it's a trusted environment.
Thank you for that, Alison. If we can move on to Raoul, same question. If you can just tell us your locality, where you come from, and effectively, what are the mechanisms and are they effective?
Okay, my name is Raúl Echeverría. I'm the executive director of Latin American Internet Association, that is a private sector association in the region, but I'm here representing all the LAC IGF community. And Latin America is a region that is advanced on providing frameworks, legal frameworks for data protection. It's important to consider that we have as a reference we have a reference that is a very solid one, that is the Inter-American System for Human Rights and the Inter-American Standards for Human Rights. So all the data protection legal frameworks are inspired or aligned with the protection of the rights according to those standards. And there are solid institutions. Most of the countries have their own laws on data protection, and most of the data protection authorities are independent. And while we don't have a regional framework, we have a good level of coordination among the authorities, and they work together. The data protection laws have been highly inspired in GDPR in the last few years, but even the last ones, like the Brazilian example, I think is, in my view, is an improvement with regard to the GDPR. And we are seeing now a generation of discussions in most of countries updating their local legal frameworks, because even the countries that were pioneers on this field, and their laws are becoming old and they need some updates. And there is a lot of discussion in several countries with regard to that. But I think this is a crucial. Sometimes we say, or we hear that we live in a data-based economy, but it's not totally true. I think that we should say that we live in a data-based society. It's not only the economy. That data is important for everything, for all the services we receive from public sector or education, for many areas. And so that's important to have solid legal frameworks in order to do the management, to have a management of the data that make available a lot of opportunities, but in a trusted way. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Chung, if you could give us a go at that question. Where do you come from? What's happening in your locality? And we'd like to know whether you believe that it's effective or not.
Hello, everyone. Konnichiwa. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. I will speak in French since I'm representing the French IGF here in Kyoto. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je commencerai peut-être par par me présenter. Lucien Castex, je suis représentant pour les affaires publiques et les partenariats à l'AFNIC et coprésident du FGI France, qui est l'un des FGI nationaux et régionaux présents ici. Peut-être pour introduire mon propos en un mot, je citerai le philosophe Ludwig Wittgenstein qui disait que la philosophie est un combat contre l'ensorcellement de notre intelligence par le moyen de notre langage. Aujourd'hui, avec Internet, avec les débats que nous avons sur la gouvernance des données, nous voyons que comprendre Internet, comprendre l'Internet que l'on souhaite, c'est avant tout en définir les termes. Les données, bien sûr, leur gouvernance, la notion même de confiance et ce que l'on entend par confiance sont autant d'objectifs à définir. Si Internet est un objet du quotidien, aujourd'hui, nous l'utilisons tous, parfois sans le savoir. Sa construction n'est pas achevée, tant au niveau technique, bien sûr, que sociétal, avec l'émergence de nouveaux usages. La recherche d'un équilibre entre sécurité du cyberespace et protection des droits et libertés fondamentaux est à la fois ardue et essentielle. À la croisée des agendas, l'agenda 2030 des Nations Unies, mais aussi la revue à 20 ans du sommet mondial sur la société de l'information et bien sûr, comme vous le savez, la négociation actuelle d'un pacte numérique mondial. En deux mots, en France et dans l'Union européenne, de nombreux textes, de nombreuses législations sont en cours de négociation ou sont sur le point d'entrer en vigueur. Le RGPD, en matière de protection des données, déjà depuis quelques années, a fait son effet. Aujourd'hui, de la régulation des technologies émergentes, en particulier de l'intelligence artificielle, au DSA et DMA, réglementation sur les services numériques et sur les marchés numériques, au Data Act ou Data Governance Act, on pose les pivots par ces législations permettant une participation tout autant des citoyens que des États à une gouvernance des données. Autant de stratégies, l'un des pivots réside dans cette participation de tous les acteurs, en particulier jusqu'aux citoyens. Des stratégies, disais-je, de l'intégration dans les cursus du primaire au supérieur, mais aussi tout au long de la vie, des enjeux numériques ainsi que des clés pour les décoder. Car comprendre, c'est agir, et pour cela, faut-il maîtriser les enjeux, comprendre ce que sont ces données, comment elles sont utilisées, cela en toute transparence. En France, nous avons eu différents textes de loi dans la même veine. Une loi contre la manipulation de l'information en 2018, des réflexions actuelles sur la majorité numérique, sur la protection de l'enfance en ligne ou encore sur la lutte contre les discours de haine. Dans tous ces débats, la place des données est essentielle, leur circulation l'est tout autant. Ces cadres régionaux et nationaux procèdent d'une hybridation croisée et la place des FGI nationaux et régionaux, justement, le FGI France, le FGI italien, le FGI japonais, pour n'en citer que 3, dans cet écosystème de la gouvernance de l'Internet, permettent cette hybridation comme une vision au plus près des territoires, des cultures et des diversités. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for that contribution. Chuang, if I could ask you to provide us from your perspective, where do we stand from your region or your NRI's mechanisms from a data governance and trust perspective, and do you believe that these are effective?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good opportunity for me to share our information to you. I think this, I will focus on the data security, accuracy, and timely. I think for the, I'm from China. My name is Liu Chuang from Chinese Academy of Sciences and IGF. You know, China is a big country, so many peoples and the people in the research and also in the society want to get the data to support sustainable development. How make the data available to innovative discovery and also benefit the society? And I think that the first thing is data quality. How to make the high quality data available? And this is complicated issues. Scientists, they did a lot of work, research work, but they think this is the private, this is intellectual property product, and how to balancing property product protection and open shared. So we discussed this for almost 20 years in China. Finally, China make the decision it's an open scientific data policy. So this is a national data policy, and then we established an infrastructure. We established data centers and collect the data. We have the Global Change Research Data Publishing and the Repository. It was established 9 years ago. And we have a series principles, guidelines, and policies, standards, and the management procedures. Then up to now, then more than 1,000 data sets have been published. And more than 10 million accessible the data in the whole world in more than 100 countries. So this data center was approved by the World Data System to be World Data Center. And got the research prize in the 2018 as the e-science champion. So this product means we need to peer review. The data site put there, and so many data, they are confused. Which one is high quality? Which one can be used to transfer to another users? So this is the key of the data governance. And another big challenge is more and more data. Terabytes, gigabytes, so many. How many data available to not only for research scientists, but for the society, for the local people, for the village people? So we start a new program we call the GIES. That means Geographical Indications, Environment, and Sustainability. We use this up to now. 101 partners joined this program. And we open data, open knowledge, and open case samples. And then together with the big data and the Internet of Things technology. And also in the case engineering examples, together with the systematic management and the geography culture get together. So the cases, 17 cases in China, they are not 2 years, very successful. More than 600,000 village people through the data-driven methodology and get benefit. And also customers, and they got a good product through the open data and the open knowledge. And FAO just work with us, and we transfer the GIES technology to FAO OCOP program. OCOP means One Country, One Priority Products program. So several countries already use this, use this technology in their national strategy for agriculture development. So such as Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Papua New Guinea, and several countries in Asia and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say this is the time, this is the age of the data driving. There are challenges, but opportunities. We have no choice except to make right or suitable framework in the IGF framework, in the global scale, but also in the local, national, and regional scale. We work locally, we networking globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I think we've really had some really good positions and breakdowns of where you're from, what we're working with from a mechanism perspective, and whether they are actually working or not. And I think we ended quite nicely with looking at, creating single market-based data governance and trust mechanisms. And I think that will open me up to you, Alison. We're looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and looking at really that single market. What does that mean and what does that look like from a data perspective to ensure that this is an effective piece of legislation, but also for economic development in Africa, knowing that data is really a crucial perspective for that to be possible? Could you give us your inputs from that perspective?
Thank you so much. I think this is a very important aspect of the African Union data policy framework. I think if we look at other data governance and data protection frameworks, particularly data protection frameworks, they're very much focused on individualized notions of first-generation rights, particularly privacy rights. And they're very often, in our context, not balanced, although some of our data protection regulators are also responsible for freedom, access to information, but not often freedom of expression. So I think this balancing of rights, firstly, is not very, practiced amongst data protection regulators on the continent. So we have those, firstly, these individualized notions that we've taken from GDPR and are very much based on a very legal, contractual, informed consent. So I think one of the things is actually to acknowledge the need, particularly because of these drivers around economic development on the continent and these opportunities offered by the African Continental Free Trade Area and a single digital market, is looking at or acknowledging or building into our policy, because I think it is actually critical to trust that people's economic and second and third generation rights are also recognized in this process. And so I think if you look at the framework, the issues around ensuring data access, ensuring that on the continent we shift from very narrow notions of national sovereignty and localization, and I'm not suggesting just open free flows, because I think at the moment we've got about 90% asymmetry in our traffic flows outside the continent, but leveraging that within the continent to ensure that we get these data flows. And for that we need this trusted, harmonized framework. So the work of the African Union at the moment is in the second phase, it's in the implementation phase. There's an action plan for governments, there's a training and capacity building tool that governments can use, and that's happening with the RECs and the training of the RECs, and building the institutions, so supporting the network of data protection regulators as they take on these additional tasks on the continent. But I think the critical issue here is a lot of the focus from current data governance, as I said, assumes that there are lots of other things in place, and is so really focused on, and what we argue in Africa is a very uneven impact on harms associated with data-driven technologies, but not adequate attention to how we redress the uneven distribution of opportunities. And what we're trying to do is ensure that countries are more evenly digitally developed and have these enabling trust environments in order to reap the benefits of a common market, which otherwise is going to be very uneven.
Thank you for that. And I think you really touch on some crucial points about the data flow, ensuring that we don't have uneven markets. But I think the base and the platform of all of this flow really depends on DNS and aspects around internet protocols. I'll open the floor up to you to just maybe explain to our audience and maybe your viewpoints on the relationship between trust, data processing, data governance, and domain name systems.
Thank you, Moderator Zenwi, and this is very important. In fact, taking from what the doctor mentioned now. So anything in the real world should be implemented on the internet too. So going back to the DNS, as you know, as many of us know that DNS, when it started, the domain name system they used, for example, for the intellectual property part, say cyber squatting, when someone maybe registered a trademark. Now there are more definitions of what is DNS abuse, as an example. There is the European definition. There is even recently in Jordan, they issued a new data privacy law. So this privacy should be, again, on the DNS. So what we think is suitable maybe is to have a balanced laws and treaties to ensure preservation of the privacy and at the same time include a clear mechanism on how to enable the right holders to reach some needed private data. In other words, just to say it, as everybody says, privacy is very important for everyone. We need to preserve it on the DNS. At the same time, for example, everybody knows who follows ICANN processes that since more than 20 years, they are still discussing the who is. What should be there, what shouldn't be there. Of course, private information, address, and so on should be there for sure. Everybody agrees on that. But maybe we need a process how to reach an infringer if the domain name, let's say, was used in bad faith. Maybe just since I work now with the International Trademark Association, to mention the latest definition of DNS abuse for the benefit of something, which was approved recently, by the way, from the Interboard, and it's more broad, not only as when I started said it was only cyber squatting or something. No, they defined it as any activity that makes or intend to make use of domain name system, protocol, or any digital identifier that are similar in form or function to domain name to carry out deceptive, malicious, or illegal activity. So I think this as we started, that shows that we need to implement what we have in the real world, what's coming on the digital, of course. Thank you.
Those are very practical points, and I think straight to the point, and I appreciate that. Thank you for that. I've got a really good panel, super lucky. I want to go to Chang and just speak about, quality control and the research aspect of this. I mean, both speakers have discussed about how important the space is becoming. We've discussed the economic side of things, we've discussed the DNS side of things, and how there's that overlap really between personal data and just data in general, and I think we'll get to the point where we won't be able to have a really clear distinction, because there will really be things that work hand in hand for the future of work, the future of how we interact, how we live, and the future is actually, we're living in it right now. So from a research and control perspective, what are your viewpoints on this particular subject?
Yeah, this is a good question. Data quality control, we through three steps. One is we set up the framework of principles, guidelines, and standards, procedures, and definitely go to the peer review. So we have 3 steps for the peer review: first view, and second and third view. So definitely, if they're conflicted, we need another one. So this is one thing. So go to the framework of structure, procedures, and second one, we need a professional team for the reviewer, and that's for the data management also. So we have a training program, and new challenging comes, new data comes, how to dealing with this. We have regular meetings, training program, and not only for the reviewer, but for the users, we did this. And third one is for the public, after the publishing for the users. We got feedback to see what quality they want, whether this is good or not. So I think this is the key. If the data quality controlled, and the data users will be very happy that. Want the more and more people to benefit from the data. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't agree more. But I'm going to go to you, Raul. So we've been having these conversations, but the big bad wolf for some hasn't come up. If we look at economic factors, looking at big tech, looking from a Latin perspective, but I think we can also speak from a developing world perspective and global south. When it comes to considerations from an economic perspective, balancing out the issues of trust and a way that we move forward in a manner that is sustainable according to development of human rights and respect of privacy. What are your viewpoints on that particular matter? And very keen to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I think it's clear that the data needs to flow, because we need the data to be available to make accessible services, to favor commercial transactions. So the objective of all the legal frameworks is that we allow the free flow of information in a secure way. And so the certainty legal certainty is good for everybody, for all the stakeholders. And I think that we are understanding together, different stakeholders, we are understanding that. But in Latin America doesn't have a transnational structures like Europe, for example, so we have to deal with, in Latin America and the Caribbean, with more than 30 different jurisdictions. So in order to make we have to make the data flow in a way that favor the economic development of the whole region. We have to be very careful with the laws, and we spend a significant time on discussing with policymakers, and I think that the national and the regional IGFs are crucial for that, for having an open conversation among all stakeholders. Sometimes policymakers think that they are doing something that goes in the line of protecting rights of the people, and sometimes it could have exactly the opposite effect. And this is why it is important that all stakeholders are involved since the inception of the policies. And okay, I think I will stop for the sake of the time. I will stop.
Thank you for those considerations. So that takes me. That takes me to Lucian. Looking specifically at the legal considerations around this, I know you made mention of WSIS, who, if you think about it, they've got the common vision and desire and commitment to build a people-centric, inclusive development for information society, and looking to ensure that these aspects of data governance and trust are adhered to. If we speak about legal considerations and the actual ramifications of antitrust behavior, or behavior that really undermines the aspect of trust, what would you give us, I think, from your NRI, but also from a global perspective, especially being from the EU and being a GDPR expert?
Merci, merci beaucoup pour cette excellente question. Alors effectivement, une recherche d'équilibre, à mon sens, est essentielle, en particulier entre sécurité juridique, comme cela a pu être mentionné, et transparence, qui sont les préalables à une véritable libre circulation des données. Sécurité juridique et transparence qui, en fin de compte, permettent à l'utilisateur de savoir ce que l'on fait de ces données, mais aussi aux acteurs de savoir, bien entendu, quel est le cadre juridique, les cadres juridiques qui s'appliquent à eux. Au niveau européen, comme vous le savez, on parle de décennie numérique 2030. Évidemment, on y voit là encore le rapprochement des agendas. La Commission européenne adoptait cette année en juin des indicateurs justement pour suivre cette transformation numérique de l'Europe et publiait des orientations à l'attention des États membres. Car parler de données, de libre circulation des données, c'est bien sûr plus largement parler de transformation numérique. En matière de gouvernance des données, pour revenir à votre question, eh bien, cette transparence est essentielle. Avec des données qui circulent largement, préserver un Internet ouvert, neutre, dans l'esprit du SMSI, interopérable, tout autant que fiable, est au cœur de cette vision. Le numérique constitue une ressource tout autant qu'un défi, et ce 18e IGF à Kyoto en est le témoin par la richesse des discussions, témoignant de la nécessité d'une approche multipartie prenante qui permet justement cette diversité de vues. Et à cet égard, la diversité culturelle, la diversité linguistique, la diversité des idées sont autant de moyens d'appréhender ces modalités de gouvernance au niveau international. Un dernier mot, parler de données, c'est aussi parler de commun de données, de commun numérique, et plus largement de leur gouvernance. Ressources ouvertes, non exclusives, eh bien, un commun participe tant dans sa spécificité qu'en tant que ressource d'Internet à une construction et à l'identification de solutions pour cette gouvernance mondiale. En somme, se doter de règles claires de protection des données, vous avez mentionné le RGPD, se doter de règles claires en matière de concurrence et de transparence des services numériques, avoir un cadre de responsabilité des différents acteurs sur l'ensemble de la chaîne de valeur numérique sont autant de préalables pour développer un Internet de confiance. En somme, Internet n'est pas différent du pharmacon de Wittgenstein, à la fois le mal et le remède.
Thank you for that. So you have highlighted transparency, accountability, and ensuring that we have a very people-centric approach, which I really do believe is the future and is what we're progressively aiming to realize at a global scale. So this session is going to really open up the floor now, and we'd like to keep this robust, have as much interaction as possible. So this is going to be the beginning of our first round of Q&A. I would actually like to start with our online questions. If I could see a show of hands on the floor for any questions. I do note one. Any more hands? I do note you. I do note 2, 3. Okay, so we'll start with our online questions, and then we'll proceed to the floor. Thank you so much. Judith, please take the floor.
Thanks so much. We have a question from Chris. He says he directs his question to the woman from China when she was talking about data quality, which has to do with data integrity. And he would like to know what will be some of the recommendations when it comes to data integrity and governance, because we sometimes forget the great importance of data integrity when having some of these conversations. So I'll direct that question to Ms. Chan.
Wow, yeah, that's so happy to everybody, many people, they're interested in the data quality. So I think that's from our experience, and we need to work many partners together. Only the scientific academy is not good enough, but we work with the governors, with the central government, with international organizations such as World Data System, the International Science Council, and also work with the CODATA, International Committee on Data for Science and Technology, and so on. So then we work together then to make the framework, the framework that including the principles. So we have had a workshop in Nairobi to make the data sharing principles. And then we made the guidelines. We learned from developing country, OECD guideline, data guideline, and also we made our developing countries. So I have been to the chair person of the CODATA in developing countries for 20 years. So we collected the challenges and then what could be a suitable operational procedure for the data control. So then we have the standard. We set up a series regulation rules about how to check, evaluate the table data, spatial data, image data, and so on. So the whole these kind of things we discussed with many organizations, and let this work in China and also suitable in the whole world, especially for the developing countries. For example, we work in South Africa, so with the University of Cape Town, and also in the Asia country, Mexico universities. So, and I think this is acceptable. So in this way, we make the data control and publish the data, and all the kind of data is we publish 1,200 data sites. No anyone complain for this kind of data. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. If we could please have the first question on the floor, if you could introduce your name, where you're from, and your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Elke Pals. I come from the Netherlands. Was also representing the Netherlands NRI years ago. Currently working at KPMG, the Netherlands, in the responsible AI practice. And I would like to share a little bit on also the data governance view that from our perspective. Because this morning there was a session about the origin of the internet and also the parallel that we can make with data governance. While the internet started to grow based on internet exchange points, we can also do that on the same matter with data. So this morning was a session about the Amsterdam Data Exchange, and that was a session where there was shown that the same setup as the internet can be recreated for the data setup in collaboration with internet exchange points. So in the Netherlands, the Amsterdam Internet Exchange is a major party in that. But I really encourage all countries also to collaborate with their internet exchange point to come up with the same kind of infrastructure to make to connect all the data silos that we currently have. So my question would be, if there anyone interested in learning a bit more about this, yeah, please reach out to me, and then we're happy to discuss any further thoughts about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'm quite certain that the panel will reach out to you. And I think anybody else in the room, we certainly come to these forums and these platforms for exchange of knowledge and to see how we can collaborate and grow the ecosystem. So most certainly, thank you for that. If we can please go to, I'm actually going to go row by row, so you can start, and the gentleman behind me, and then we'll go to the next row. Thank you. Please, if you can introduce yourself, where you're from, and your question.
Giacomo Mazzone from the Italian IGF. My question is, listening to what has been said by Lucien about the European example that is consolidate a framework that on data that looks interesting. Is this a model that could be replicated? Do you expect that in a Summit of the Future next year, data transfer can be one of the topics that on which there could be proposals? Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you could please introduce yourself, where you're from, and your question, and if possible, the specific member of the panel you'd like to direct your question to. You can go. So we're going to go from the right to the left.
So I continue?
Which is your right, correct?
Okay, my name is Naza Nicholas Kirama. I come from the Tanzania IGF, and I also sit as the president of Internet Society Tanzania chapter. my question really is about the data governance policy. You have a situation where you have huge data centers who are actually concentrated and managed and owned by a few companies, handful companies, the Googles, the Meta, or other big tech companies. And now you have an issue of data sovereignty. If there is an issue of data concentrating on a few companies, how do we convince countries not to go the data sovereignty way in terms of their policies? Because they see companies, a handful of companies, have all this data, but we are trying to do them not to go the data sovereignty way. So how do we reconcile these two, different polarization situations? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Name, where you're from, question, and who you're directing it to.
Hi, Andrew Campling. I run a public policy and PR consultancy. My question, there's been a really interesting discussion, but there are changes to internet standards which can result in the loss of data, especially metadata that's used to measure traffic trends, identify malicious activity, enable connectivity between different messaging platforms, and for general search, even, dare I say it, compliance with legislation and regulation. Now, the bodies involved in data governance and trust are largely absent from the standards bodies, which unsurprisingly are dominated by the technical community. So I wonder whether, to aid transparency and accountability, do you agree that we need to enable engagement by those bodies in the standards organizations like the ITF so that their needs are taken into account when new internet standards are developed? Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take one last question for this round, and then please do give us the opportunity to just have a round of answers, and we'll certainly give the next set of questions time to take the floor. Please, go ahead.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Xiaobo Yang. I'm from China. Our institution, my organization is Fuxi Institution. It's a non-profit research center funded by Dr. Xiaodong Li, the former Vice VP of ICANN. And our organization do both policy and technical research. And data governance is one of our main research fields. And we are all very active participants in the IGF process, both in the China IGF community and the UN IGF community. And I got two questions. The first is for Alison. Alison, maybe I pronounced it right. During the past few days, I've heard a lot about people are talking about the time changing. I think it's also the same with the data governance. The scope and the concept of data governance is changing too. Just as you mentioned, it's not about only about data protection. It's about access, data quality, and many others. And we've observed that more than 100 economies have published their data rules. And our analysis showed that some articles are similar, such as the principle giving the individual rights to their personal data. Well, there are also some critical rules are different, such as the definition on personal data, just as Lucian just mentioned, the definition on the data, and the rules for cross-border data flow. And more people are realizing the importance of international frameworks or norms on data governance. And we might need some consensus on data governance. And my question is, From your perspective of view, at present, is it possible for our to make an international norm or framework on data governance? And if yes, at present, what could be included to this consensus? And data governance is part of the GDC, and what are you expecting the final text of the GDC on data governance? And this is my first question. My second question is to Paul and Ms. Liu Chuang. And now we have a lot of international platforms and organizations such as the IGF, OECD, APEC, the World Internet Conference. They're all talking about data and data governance. And do you think it's necessary, or is there any mechanism to regularly collect their outputs? And afterward, just as many participants of this meeting have said, we can't discuss something always from the beginning. We need to move on from where consensus or outcomes have been reached. Do you think, and in addition, do you think the NRIS should play a role in this mechanism or process? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, and I do hope that the panel have noted these down. I saw you all jotting down. So perhaps I'll start with the first question. No. So we're going to first have the first round of questions, and then we'll certainly, when the second round of questions come up, then we'll take that. I just want to afford the panel the opportunity to answer adequately, and then we'll open up the Q&A again, or the Qs rather. So we'll go to the As now. Go ahead, Raul.
Okay. So many comments and interesting questions, but I didn't answer something that you asked to me in the previous round when you asked about the balancing approaches for development, and I think it's very timely to comment on that too, because I don't think that there should be a trade-off between development and rights. And what we need is just to include the perspective of development, the needs for social, economic, and human development as objectives of the legal frameworks. And there is a risk when we copy and paste policies from other regions, that probably other regions have no exactly the same objectives or needs than a developing region like Latin America, or surely I can't speak about Africa, but I think that this is the same situation. So this is my first point. There were two questions about the GDC and the data, new mechanism. I don't think that we need a new mechanism. I don't think that probably the CDC will include something about data protection. I think that it should be at the level of principles, and not. There are different approaches to data protection. I think all of them are valid, and probably in the Western world, the GDPR is very well known, but it's not the only approach to data protection. I think that is useful to have all those legal frameworks. We need obviously coordination and dialogue among different countries that have different approaches in order to ensure that everything is interoperable. About data sovereignty is a concept that I prefer not to comment on that. I think that we will need much more time for that. And there is not a single definition or a common understanding of what data sovereignty means. And definitely I'm against data localization. I think that this is terrible, and it's a very bad idea to impose data localization, and especially for smaller companies and developing countries. We could talk more about that, but for the sake of the time, I will just say that this is a bad thing. With regard to the standards, I don't know if it is necessary that data protection, the people involved in data protection authorities participate in standard bodies. I think that it is really very important that they understand the architecture of the internet, how it works. But not only them, every policymaker with responsibilities on digital issues should understand how internet works. This is the basic thing, and of course it includes also the people involved in data protection and trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to open the floor for Alison to answer. I do have opposing views on the GDC's approach. And perhaps, I don't know, if Alison, as you answer that, maybe just do walk us through, the GDC and data governance and trust as one of the key pillars in really achieving our common agenda and, the core principles that if we think about data protection and privacy come from. I'll open the floor up to you to do that, and then after that, I would like us to speak about the second question that Raul alluded to, which speaks to data loss and looking at that scope of things. So Alison, if you could please.
Thanks very much. I'll just address Nazar Rama's question that I think was relating specifically to Africa, and the person, I'm afraid I didn't catch their name, from the Fuji Institute, who addressed questions specifically but landed up with a GDC. So hopefully we'll get there, and I'll try and be very quick. So thank you very much for the important question around data warehouses and the absence of them, and the issues that raises for data sovereignty, and that most of our data is going outside of the continent and being stored outside of the continent, often under not enforced governance arrangements that ensure reciprocity or common legal frameworks. In the context of the African Union, because after that I'm going to speak about our own research as opposed to the African Union research, there is an acknowledgement that, as I mentioned, that we need these basic foundational infrastructures. We need the basic broadband infrastructure, we need the digital infrastructure, we need the data infrastructure, and then of course we need the digital ID foundation in order to get these trusted environments, so that people can interact comprehensively and equitably in the environment. So the data infrastructure one is an absolute critical one, and of course is dependent on the uneven digital infrastructure that we already have in the continent. What we have tried to move from was a very strong, probably unrealistic notion of data sovereignty and localization, that each country, whether its priorities were or could afford it, would be required to keep their own data warehouses, that each would have to build their own data warehouses. There are obviously such enormous benefits in, and cost and other benefits in cloud services, that it makes sense to do that in virtual environments that you're only paying for the cost that you need, etc., while ensuring that the data is held safely and under the conditions that protect your country's data subjects. Within the context of the African single digital market, what we are asking for is for the development of these data, this kind of data infrastructure across the continent, so that where it's already being provided in some parts of the continent, quite significant amounts of data warehousing and storage going on in Southern Africa, for example, that this is made available on the continent, and that we have cost-based access to this data amongst Africans that can use this data more effectively and more cost-effectively. So I think it is a critical policy issue that we've got to shift our position to some of the realities around Africa, so that we can benefit from those data flows that we are wanting across the continent. And also just acknowledging that sitting on data that you're unable to store, process, share, charge for, really doesn't build data value, public data or commercial value. Just very quickly then to go to the important questions raised by the person from the Fuji Institute. I think this is exactly the kind of governance issues that we are struggling with now, is around getting some kind of consensus that we absolutely need for global governance. I think a lot of the times we are talking about national and regional, harmonization or establishment of policies that are now evolving with the changing technologies that we have. But in fact, many of the enforcement aspects of this, whether it's around data protection or misinformation or a number of things, actually requires global governance. It requires us to globally cooperate to deal with big tech that has bigger money and interests in many of our countries, and to collaborate around some sort of normative consensus. Now, of course, the normative consensus that we've kind of imagined we have is vulnerable, it's fragmented. I think there's been some kind of attempts to kind of get us into a false consensus, right? Sometimes by shifting language of human rights to people-centered so that we can accommodate that. On the other hand, I do think that there are historically very ignored issues around, other aspects of human rights, as I mentioned, in terms of economic justice and actually shifting it. So if you've just got, human rights of privacy, if you've got, as we move into AI, ethics by design and these kinds of things, many people in the world do not have those rights in the analog world, and we're expecting them to have sort of digital rights in this normative consensus that we are fabricating. But on the other hand, people are unable to exercise those rights because of their economic conditions and their human development conditions, which means we have to address that. And so from Research ICT Africa's position, not the African Union's position, in terms of the Global Digital Compact, which is obviously a very important process that's been underway here with the Digital Envoy during this week, is to argue that what we need is not just a data compliance regime around data, which will not redress the kind of inequalities, structural inequalities that the Secretary General is speaking about, but that we need to be looking at data justice. How do we get just outcomes? Because simply, a first-generation rights framework and ethics is not going to require the transformation that we need for inclusion, for equitable participation, and the redress of digital inequality.
Thank you for that, Alison. Charles, if you could take a go at my question.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'd like to answer what the gentleman asked about when he mentioned some of the data loss, meta tags and so on, this is something, as you know now, per the privacy laws, companies cannot use them. But we should always remember that we are going to the AI, and everybody talking about artificial intelligence, and this system depends on the data. So again, as I mentioned when I talked about the IP, that we need something balanced. So we need balanced laws, what is allowed, what is not allowed, making sure keeping the privacy at the same time, the data needed for the systems to operate as it was designed for is needed. Maybe the other issue, if you allow me to answer, because someone asked about how, when we put our data in another country. So this again depends on the country's law. So some government entities usually, and even private sector, doesn't like their data to be in another country. But I think we can, if we go years back, when the banks, let's say, started, of course, many years back. So you're thinking, should I put my money in the bank or not? So it depends on the bank reputation. Is it secure? You can depend on that. So I think we can look at the data in the same way. If we know that we want our data to be safe, backed up, safe from any even natural disaster, so maybe we want to choose a company that we know that it is good. But again, we have to go back again to the countries in each country, the laws, in each country, to make sure that it allows me to put my data somewhere else.
Thank you for that. Chang, if I could give you the floor to answer your set of questions.
Yeah, that's regarding the platform. This is a new tool since the data come. This is actually platform is accelerator. So without the platform, the data doesn't stay there and not network together. So, but the platform can divide a different style or different kinds. Some platform is project-based and the support for the certain target. Different organization, different project, they have a different platform. This is understandable. And another one is some project is short term, maybe 3 years. When the project closed, and the platform maybe stay a few years and then closed. So this is a risk in this case, maybe the data got lost. So in this case, so International Science Council have the program that this international organization is called the World Data System. This is the home of the World Data Site. This requires that the data, any members of the World Data System should be kept long-term preserved and protected, and keep this open, available to everyone. So this is another type of the platform. So I suggest, this is national and regional IGF initiatives can help this, help to indicate the risk. Some platform, if before they close, they should help them to transfer, migrate to somewhere else, in case the data and the platform technology got lost. Or migrate, maybe technical data format, software updated. So maybe the new one couldn't access the older system. So need interactable of the system. So I think this is empty now. We need to do this. Thank you very much for your question. And this is one big challenge also. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you so much for that. Lucien, if I could give you a go to look at the questions that have been asked in this round and give a very brief input from your end.
Merci beaucoup et merci pour toutes les questions qui ont été posées. Je vais essayer d'être bref car je vois qu'on s'approche des dernières 15 minutes de cette session. Alors, tout d'abord, sur l'application au niveau international du droit. En droit français, nous avons un adage « Nul n'est censé ignorer la loi ». On pourrait également reprendre l'adage « Ignorantia juris non excusat », qui est une version internationale. Comment faire au niveau international pour comprendre et connaître de ces lois? Dès lors, il faut développer des cadres ensemble qui sont compréhensibles par tous, du citoyen jusqu'aux États. Et bien entendu, ces cadres se développent au sein d'organisations internationales. Un certain nombre de questions ont mentionné le pacte numérique mondial et la capacité d'intégrer dans ce pacte un certain nombre des questions qui ont été posées ici, en particulier en matière de gouvernance des données et de gouvernance de l'intelligence artificielle. Parle-t-on de la même chose aujourd'hui, d'intelligence artificielle, hier, d'apprentissage machine, d'apprentissage automatique, de mathématiques computationnelles? Eh bien, l'un a besoin de l'autre, les données sont essentielles à l'intelligence artificielle et inversement, aujourd'hui, l'intelligence artificielle, bien sûr, s'appuie sur ces données. Dès lors, ce pacte numérique mondial, on peut le voir comme une opportunité de renforcer cette coopération numérique voulue par le secrétaire général Guterres, cette coopération numérique qui peut faire la place belle au Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet et, comme certains de mes collègues l'ont dit, aux initiatives régionales et nationales qui permettent une hybridation croisée entre des discussions qui se tiennent ici au niveau international et chacun dans sa région, dans son pays, au plus proche du citoyen, de sorte de pouvoir réellement saisir le terrain et proposer des solutions adaptées. Un dernier mot, l'Union européenne, comme vous le savez, dans une vision d'une décennie numérique, poursuit une recherche de vision durable et centrée sur l'humain, tout autant pour les technologies émergentes et d'intelligence artificielle. Un texte est en cours, dirons-nous, de finalisation actuellement, tout autant que l'entrée en vigueur prochaine de nouveaux cadres en matière de cybersécurité, intimement liés à la question de la confiance du citoyen dans l'espace numérique, et se pose en fait la question de ce citoyen et de sa compréhension des enjeux numériques. Je le disais en introduction, peut-être l'un des points sur lequel je voudrais conclure, c'est l'importance de l'éducation. Comprendre ce que sont ces données, comprendre ce que l'on en fait, et en fait comprendre lorsqu'un service numérique, lorsqu'une intelligence artificielle utilise des données, le pourquoi et le comment. En somme, une nécessité de transparence et de responsabilité.
Lucie, merci beaucoup. And I think you're absolutely right. Awareness is key, ensuring that there's literacy and understanding, and also getting everybody, involved in the discourse, the discussion, decision making, but also ensuring that governance. I'm going to open the floor again for our set of questions. If you could please keep it brief, do mention your name, where you're from, and who you're directing the question to.
We also have an online question. So we'll ask the online question first. This question is from Mahamat Habib from the Republic of Chad, and thanks to Lucien for the English translation. He asks, I am wondering about data collection by government and the use of such data by companies with which states are contracting. And he's particularly concerned about the cybersecurity ramifications of this. So if one of the panelists can answer that, he would be grateful. Thanks so much.
So before we do the answering, if we could also take questions from the floor, and then we'll proceed. Please go ahead.
I'm Mahi from IGF Sri Lanka, and our statement is like this: the global issues need solutions of global level. And in 2019, Windsurf warned about the data governance frameworks could become tools for censorship and surveillances in a BBC interview. And today, it is coming reality. There are the GDPR, UK Online Safety Bill, and the Sri Lankan proposed Safer Internet Bill is carrying such issue to the what we call a good data governance process. So there are a lot of things that we need to do. Meanwhile, the participation and engagement of the stakeholders is the main thing, and open and transparent mode. But meanwhile, we need to support the civil society organizations that are working to create this good data governance in the field. So it's my proposal that we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamara Lauschner. I am the coordinator of the Brazilian IGF. I have a quite brief comment here. I would like to echo the words of my colleagues who spoke about the importance of trust on data governance process, and emphasize that for this to happen, it is essential that data is used for good, where everyone has the opportunity to benefit from its power, not leaving strong protections aside. Considering these in the context of emerging technologies, responsible data governance is even more important. This has been vastly discussed in this IGF and other internet governance fora, such as our Brazilian IGF. Some strategies to ensure this responsibility include reinforce data protection laws and regulations, as Brazil and other countries are doing with their own national laws. In our case, as Raul already mentioned, the Brazilian General Data Protection Law, LGPD, in the acronym in Portuguese. The other strategy is to promote education and awareness among the population, and development of responsible and human-centric technologies by design. Let us commit to working together using the multi-stakeholder approach to develop international data governance standards that are balanced and protection individual rights. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for that. And we've got our last question from the floor. Please announce where you're from and or your name and who you're directing the question to.
Bonjour, Sébastien Bacholet, membre d'ISOC France et co-organisateur du Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet en France. Je crois que c'est important d'utiliser les langues qui nous sont proposées. C'est pour ça que j'apprécie que Lucien ait répondu en français et qu'on puisse utiliser les différentes langues des Nations Unies. Sinon, la diversité va se perdre. Le sujet que je vais aborder a été discuté dans d'autres sessions, en particulier lors de la réunion de la coalition dynamique sur les valeurs du cœur de l'Internet et qui devra être, j'en suis sûr, discuté aux réunions des FGI, des forums sur la gouvernance de l'Internet nationaux et régionaux. Voici ma question. Comment voyez-vous l'évolution du lien entre anonymat des données et responsabilité, entre la protection des données personnelles et la nécessité de savoir qui vous contacte, pour ne pas dire qui vous attaque? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for that. If we could have the panel answer the questions. I think we'll start with you, Charles, and then we'll flow all the way down to Lucien.
Thank you. In fact, I thank Sebastian for a very important point he mentioned. Maybe to answer the question, I could start with the word from George Bernardo. I think that when he said disinformation is even more, it's not the same words, of course, but I mean the meaning, that it is more dangerous than ignorance. So maybe this is what Sebastian meant when he said that we need to be sure how to have really a good balance. Again, I'm using the word balance a lot, I know, but because we don't want any information which is really a misinformation to be the one that people follow. So I think the best way to tackle this is mainly awareness, as we started, and even the theme of our meeting this year in general was mainly to empower users. So we need to more learning, more awareness for users to make sure how to get the knowledge needed to know that this is at least correct, or this is just someone just saying anything or so on. So this is, I think, important. At the same time, of course, maybe we tackled this in the previous question. The most important for what information about me should be on the internet should be with my consent, I think. So this is, I think, the balance. Thank you.
If I could just remind panelists just to keep it brief, we don't have a lot of time left. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I really just wanted to respond to the reference to countries working on these safety bills. It was mentioned Sri Lanka and other countries that are working on it. And I suppose it was a point that I was wanting to make earlier about, and didn't, around the issues around rule of law and legitimacy, but also the processes by which these mechanisms are put in place. And I think, because I've been particularly asked to look at the Sri Lankan safety, digital services safety bill that's been proposed, but it's also come up in the context of the civil society petitions for better consultation around the UK AI safety laws that are being proposed, and also the laws that are being proposed in US, that we need to really guard against essentially, repressive or surveillance type or controls on freedom of expression that are occurring in the name of safety legislation. And that's, when often we're taking legislation or good practice, what we see as good practice, from environments where there are human rights frameworks or there are constitutional protections, and then we're putting them into contexts where there's, these rights don't exist. We need to really ensure that the data protection laws have very clear, or the cybersecurity laws have very clear safeguards on illegitimate state surveillance and these kinds of things. And so I think focusing on the safety really is important, and in bringing people into the process in terms of accountability of the process, but also expertise needed from outside of government to ensure that these systems are operating in the public interest.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Raul, if I could ask you to give it a go and keep it brief, please.
Yes, there was a question about or a comment about the concern of how the governments manage the information and probably passing information to private companies. I think that's very easy. I don't know, to answer from my side, is governments have same and even more responsibility than others in respecting the laws. So there is no exceptions for them, except I know, I'm aware that some countries can put some justifications to do a different management of the data, but I think in democratic countries and free countries, the governments have exactly the same responsibility than others, and should have the same responsibility, or even more. And that's, I guess, is the situation in Latin America. So if there is a transfer of information from the government to a private company, should be exactly according to the terms that are established in the legal framework of the country.
Thank you so much. Zhang, if you could give your opinions and at least answers to the questions that were posed.
Yeah, the government is the big data holder. The government and the government funded project data is the big data holder. So that's and very valuable. So make the government data transfer to private sector or the research universities to broad use. That is good. So in China, we had also had this such kind of policy. Give what kind of government data to what kind of private sectors to use them, and for the people to use them. Then there are some regulations, and some have a license to get the data, to use the data. And I think this is good. With the data, more data available, so more and more data public available, that will be the benefit socio-economic development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice and short. I appreciate that. Lishan, can you follow suit?
Merci beaucoup. Alors je serai court également. En matière de protection des données, on peut remonter en France à la loi de 1978 et à la création de la Commission nationale informatique et liberté, avec une réflexion sur cet équilibre entre protection de la vie privée, données et accès, bien sûr, à ces données. Dans la question plus large sur la gouvernance des données, eh bien, c'est la capacité, par exemple, de la recherche à accéder à de telles données pour pouvoir ensuite se rendre compte de ce qui a pu être fait. L'accès aux données permet également d'en contrôler l'usage. On le voit en particulier en matière de désinformation, de la même manière qu'on le discute régulièrement en matière d'accès aux citoyens aux données. Je pourrais ne conclure que sur un mot positif: plus de transparence et de coopération ne peut permettre que plus d'efficacité pour cette gouvernance que l'on voudrait multi-acteurs.
Merci beaucoup, Lucien. So I'm going to read out, there was a panelist that was meant to join us, but he did give out his inputs to this discussion. I will keep it quite brief. We are running extremely out of time. So the inputs were as follows. It's hard to think out of the box sometimes and move the discussion forward, and it's not easy to find practical and innovative solutions to complex challenges we are facing in the arena of trustworthiness of the internet on a global level. He also added that there's a widening gap between the complexities surrounding data security, data protection, and privacy, and the capacity for fostering a robust and trusted internet at a global scale, global ecosystem level. He further said that multilateral approaches and government interventions have failed over the past years to achieve concrete results in this direction. The United Nations system also explored these interventions severally, but with minimal results. And I think so. These are really, honest, hitting the nail on the head inputs. So our speaker is our colleague from Nigeria, Segun Ologbile. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And these are really crucial inputs. I really do appreciate that. I'm going to ask Judith to summarize on behalf of the speakers. I would have loved to give you an opportunity. But Judith, if you could just give us an overview of the session, if we can keep it under 1 minute. We are slightly over time.
Hi, thanks so much. So you wanted the overview of, so there was a lot of comments here about on the online about data governance, data protection, how to store data safely, and comments from other ones of like making sure the data is not stored in-house, because what happens when there's a fire in the building, then you lose all the data. So there's really, that is one of the reasons why when Allison was talking about storing the data in the cloud and storing the data in different, either in different locations or in different parts, because we want to make sure that the data is secure. And if you have it all one place, then you could have accidents. That's why one of the key best practices is storing the data in different locations. And in the cloud, there is often stored even in different cloud sections, because one cloud could be down or could have a corruption in it. So that's, I think this touched about a lot of the issues of data sovereignty. Data sovereignty is really also taken advantage of in your particular law. Just because your data happen to be stored in another country, it's not under that country's law, it's under your law, and it's under what is in your data protection agreement. And that's why it's important to have a good data protection policy and legislation. But I don't want to take up too much time, but I think that summarized some of the comments and the questions we were having on them. But thanks.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this very interactive session. I know that we've really tried our best to ensure that the opinions, the questions from the floor have been articulated. At the end of the day, we really do promote multi-stakeholderism and ensuring that everybody's voice from a global perspective is certainly represented, and I think we were represented well today with your expert opinions and the bodies of work that you have done outside of this stage that have been articulated. We really do thank you on behalf of the IGF community and myself, Zanyu Ntatisi Asare. If you could please give my panel a round of applause for the excellent work that they've done. I open the floor for you to do so, and we will close the floor on that accord. Thank you so much.
Sure. Ah, nice. Ah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. That's okay. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay.
Président, c'est à côté même des drapeaux là, même qui est vrai. Comme lui là. Hein? Je vais prendre là-bas.
Tu me filmes. Hey. Ah, mais toi, comme ça là, qui est en train de parler, moi ou bien toi? Quand tu fais des gestes comme ça, non, il faut prendre quand je faisais des gestes. Non, faut pas qu'elle sorte, faut pas qu'elle sorte. Comme ça là, en faisant comme ça.
Mais dengan
falando aqui no...
Ninguém vai pensar que isso
Você só tá pegando aqui. Pega o fundo ali, não vai. A discussão é o futuro da integração.
Fala olhando pra câmera. Fala assim. Peraí, eu tenho que falar aqui. Pode cantar. Tá. 1, 2, 3.
Terminamos mais uma etapa de discussões aqui agora. Terminamos mais uma estação.
Não, peraí, eu vou gravar.
Adum Chad.
Vai.
Abacá, Chad. Terminamos agora mais uma discussão se aprofundando muito conhecer a integração e a segurança cibernética. Exatamente.
Travou no começo.
Okay. I'm moving to stay there. Sorry, sir. Yes.
So you were right all along.
Stop. They will bring you another one.
Okay.
Take this for change. Just and when they
Okay.
will change. I take care. No, Marcus wants me to sit beside him. So he is a bit confused that he might be heard. We will change it, but we can start.
Good afternoon. We are here for the main session on dynamic coalitions. I am Marcus Kummer. I'm the co-facilitator for the Dynamic Coalition Coordination Group together with my colleague Jutta Kroll, who will be the co-moderator of this session. Let me start by saying a few words about the dynamic coalitions. They are as old as the IGF. They started at the very first IGF meeting in Athens back in 2006. And the reason then was, you may well ask, it sounds a funny name, dynamic coalition. Why are they called that way? The reason is very simple. There were those who wanted the IGF to be a year-round exercise and others who didn't like that. And then someone had the brilliant idea, well, maybe some dynamic coalitions might emerge of people who work on the same issue, who coalesce around the same issue and want to work together between the annual sessions. So instead of having working groups, that sounded like more a formal structure, they called themselves dynamic coalitions, and they have been with us since Athens. By now we have 28 of them. In the past few years, we tried to organize a session where each dynamic coalition tried to showcase a bit the work they have been doing over the year. Whereas this year we take a slightly different approach, and my colleague Jutta will explain the concept of this session. But the aim is we want to show that the dynamic coalition collectively can contribute to the main themes of the IGF. And with that, I hand over to Jutta, who will introduce the concept of the session. Please, Jutta.
Thank you, Marcus, for giving me the floor. Yes, Marcus has already mentioned that we now have 28 dynamic coalitions, and what they all have in common is threefold. First, they are all addressing, in one or another way, human rights issues, trying to ensure that people can enjoy and exercise their rights appropriately, also in the digital environment. And to be clear in this regard, we are not talking about a specific set of human or digital rights, but of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Rights. Second, all dynamic coalitions are working towards achieving the SDGs and to accelerate the process, which is the topic of this session. In a stock-taking exercise, dynamic coalitions have elaborated each for their work, how it's related to the SDGs, to what SDGs it's related, and this will also be showcased within the next 90 minutes. And third, and most important, dynamic coalitions have a huge outreach into their respective communities. Dynamic coalitions build a network of people and organizations that address and engage a much broader community beyond the Internet governance ecosystem. Please let me quote what Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Juan Huali, I hope I pronounced that right, has said in setting the agenda for the IGF 2023 on day 0, he encouraged all of us to accelerate digital applications for the SDGs, to enhance infrastructure and digital capabilities to bridge digital gaps and divides, and to strengthen digital cooperation across all countries. And bearing that in mind, we suggest to make this session a starting point to unleash the potential of the Dynamic Coalitions Network and their communities to achieve the SDGs. And with that, I'm handing over to Marcus to ask the first question to one of our panelists.
Thank you. And we are in a very big hall. I would very much encourage you to come forward a bit. That would look a little bit more engaging when we sit together, not so far away. But with that, we introduce the panelists when you give them their questions. We have 5 panelists here in the room and one online. The first one is Lisa Petridis from Open Educational Resources. So I would like to ask you 3 questions. How do we safeguard human rights in the digital age, and how do we accelerate the SDGs? Second question, do we need an awareness campaign, and if so, where should it start? And lastly, what role for the open educational resources in all this? Please, Lisa.
Great, thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I want to just say briefly that the OER, or the Open Educational Resources Dynamic Coalition, is a newbie to the Dynamic Coalition family. Only in, I think, January of this year have we joined. Now, the OER Dynamic Coalition has been around for over almost 4 years now. We were started by UNESCO, who passed a recommendation on the use of open educational resources, and I'll tell you a little bit about what that is, back in November of 2019. And the Dynamic Coalition was created to really propel forward this work around the implementation of the Dynamic Coalition within the OER recommendation. And so, and basically, an OER, UNESCO recommendation is a normative legal document signed by 193 countries. And what it means is that this has to be built into the language of member state governments when they're talking about something as important as education, which is very exciting. Our Dynamic Coalition has over 500 members, and it's very active. And its kickoff was the week before the pandemic started. So most of the original work has been through Zoom, and it's only in this last year, of course, that we've been out and about. So the Dynamic Coalition has really 5 components. It's about capacity building for all key stakeholders. It's about developing supportive policy. It's about inclusive and equitable access to quality, multilingual, open formats of educational resources, including persons with disabilities. It's about nurturing sustainable models for OER at the national, in the regional and institutional level. And overall, this Dynamic Coalition really has as its charge to facilitate international cooperation around the member states. So to answer your question very specifically, you know, I'm going to sort of, since I'm first here, I'm going to start with the premise that education is a human right. So when you ask about, you know, how do we ensure awareness about human rights? Well, that means access to knowledge. And that means knowledge that is contextualized, shared, transparent, that it's openly licensed, openly accessible, because the free flow of information knowledge is really key. So many of you are here because you're working on such important issues around access to the internet and devices, but it's what flows through these devices that is really critically important. So OER, as I said, is about education content that's freely available and openly licensed, and its purpose is to be adopted and adapted to local context, and that includes the localization of language, of culture, and it must be portable and interoperable with other platforms and libraries. It also has to be well described, pedagogically sound, and transformational. So what this means when we talk about the acceleration of the SDGs, well, for example, we have the SDG Academy, which has created some terrific content around the SDGs. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. And it's around climate action, environmental issues, many things. But the point is, with openly licensed content, this is how we build this is the capacity building component that we really need to achieve to be able to educate people, not just about what the SDGs are, but what are the actions, what's the education, what is it that we need to know in order to really address and make forward movement around the SDGs. I want to just emphasize how important that the whole and open piece is of this. We have so many examples from the past. Some of you may have heard of the World Bank's knowledge management system of resources many years ago that was not opened. It's gone. Those resources you can't find now, right? So when we're talking about openly licensed content and OER, something that is portable, that it lives on, that it's dynamic, that it's not locked down in one system, so that when that system is gone, that the content goes with it. So the OER is really about being necessarily distributed. And I think this is really key when we're talking about the SDGs and the acceleration of them. So we really need open. I haven't heard that word enough this week. We're talking about open education. We're talking about open data, open science, open access, non-proprietary, non-controlled environments that are freely available and accessible. So we really need thriving, living content where learners see themselves in the content, inclusive of all voices, traditionally marginalized voices, and it's accessible. This is the role that OER play in regard to human rights and the acceleration of SDGs.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa, for explaining also what the open and open educational resources means and how relevant it is. My question now goes to Mohammad Shabir, who is representing the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. And Mohammad, I think this is one of those who have been early established in the IGF One Dynamic Coalition. And as far as I know, you have been working even when we had only the 8 Millennium Development Goals that were adopted in 2000. Before later then we had the SDGs. Could you tell us how does having access to the internet helps to compensate disabilities? And how can we achieve a broad and a wide-ranging understanding of accessibilities?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity and the question. As you mentioned that the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, of which I co-coordinate, is one of the earliest dynamic coalitions in the IGF system. The purpose of the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is to first make the Internet Governance Forum and its online and physical spaces accessible, give some recommendations. We also had a paper on the accessibility of offline and online events as well. This year, we tried to sort of rejuvenate with a renewed vision of accessibility towards person with disability and the digital spaces. So the second purpose of Dynamic Coalition in general is to make the digital spaces accessible for people with disabilities. With that purpose in mind, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, on the principle of nothing about us without us, started a project on bringing actually persons with disabilities to these forums. We have more often than not noted in earlier IGFS as well that we need to bring more people with disabilities, but that, as we all know, requires more resources in terms of finances and in terms of efforts as well. So DCAD this year had 3 fellows from different regions, one from Africa, one from Asia Pacific, and one from Europe. actually provided resources to them to, with the fellowships, with the generous funds of the support of Google and Windsurf, to actually enable them, along with their accessibility requirements and accommodations, to come to Kyoto, participate in IGF activities, and then enjoy and contribute into the discussions that are actually going on. We not just facilitated these people, but also facilitated local people with disabilities. And on the session that we had on 9th October in the IGF, we had 2 persons with disabilities from Japan itself to participate and contribute in our discussions. With that premise, I would come down to the questions that we are talking about here, connecting the disconnected. And when we talk about the disconnected, more often than not, it's the discussion about 2.7 billion or whatever the number we have in our files of the disconnected from the internet. But dynamic collation on accessibility and disability has a different purpose. It represents 1.3 billion persons with disabilities. That is transgender, trans-cultural boundaries, and trans-geographic boundaries. You may have, as I often have been saying, access to state-of-the-art technology. You may have the device, the state-of-the-art device in your hands with hi-fi internet connectivity available to that device. But because of, as it was mentioned, what flows into these devices was not made accessible for a certain kind of users, those who access those devices with a different manner, in some sort of, with the help of screen readers or with the help of some audio-visual devices or with the help of some one-handed devices. So because those devices, those softwares, those platforms were not made in that sense, that these technologies could interact with that kind of content, the person may remain unable to access those kind of contents. The best example of that would be some of the information that was placed on the IGF website itself of 2023. So in that sense, when dynamic collation on accessibility and disability aims to bring persons with disabilities into this discussion, it aims to reach those discussions through the participation of actual persons with disabilities to the forum and to contribute to the discussions. With regards to accelerating the SDGs and connecting them with the MDGs that we had since 2000, unfortunately, MDGs did not have any specific key indicators to address issues related to persons with disabilities. But fortunately, we do have those indicators in the SDGs, and there are a number of SDGs, and every SDG has specific indicators that address to the needs and requirements of persons with disabilities, such as education, employment, and smart cities, access to different resources, etc., etc. So we do have these indicators out there. We do have SDGs that lay at the top. And then we have persons with disabilities interacting with these initiatives. But when it comes to the implementation of those indicators, we sort of fell a little bit behind in that context. A survey which was done of 1 million websites back in 2022 indicates that about 97% of the home pages of the websites were or had some accessibility related problems. So with this kind of stats, staring us in the faces, we have to say that there is a long way to cover if we want to actually bridge the divide between the digital haves and have-nots. And when I say haves and have-nots, I do not just mean the divide between global north and global south, but this divide could very well be existing within the global north itself, where we have state-of-the-art technologies, but due to the accessibility barriers that may come in the way of users interacting with the digital accessibilities, and these environments may interact with the barriers and may face those barriers. Due to those barriers, they may remain unable to participate in online spaces, and due to that, they may remain unable to participate in the acceleration of SDGs and other processes.
Thank you, Mohammed, for that and for your important work you are doing. May I also recall that at the micro level in the IGF, it's thanks to the DCAD that we have made big progress on accessibility for participants at IGF meetings. Once again, thank you for your excellent work and your hard work in this important issue. May we turn now to a remote participant, our old friend Alejandro Pisanti, who is currently in Washington, D.C. He represents the Dynamic Coalition for Core Internet Values. Can we make him access and show him on the screen and give him sound access that we can hear him? Alejandro,
Hi,
can you
Marcos.
hear us?
I hear you very well, and
Excellent.
I hope you can hear me.
Good to see you indeed. We can hear you and see you. So we have heard already on the importance of openness, and openness is also a very important core value of the internet. And now this IGF, there's been a lot of hype about artificial intelligence. And I would like to ask the questions, do you see a danger for the core values of the internet through artificial intelligence? Or the other way around, how can AI be deployed to the benefit of the core internet values? You have the floor, Alejandro.
Thank you, Marcos. Thanks, everybody. Apologies for some glitches in the connection. Computers have no word of honor, and it pulled a big restart on me, but I'm here. Pleased to see you all. And to your question, Marcos, I think it's a mutual challenge between what artificial intelligence can do and what internet governance can tell us about artificial intelligence. We're seeing a flare-up of interest in artificial intelligence due to one small niche within the broad field of artificial intelligence, which has become very public and very transformative, which is generative artificial intelligence, specifically for large language models. Which is a way to access a huge database of words. Instead of making an app, a very abstruse query, you make your query that looks like a sentence, and the system replies with something that looks like a sentence or many sentences or what looks like a whole book. But artificial intelligence is a much broader field. Even neural networks, deep learning, and so forth, which are the object of public attention in the last decade, are still a subfield within this. And we see what we know of artificial intelligence, many tools for quantitatively managing things on the internet. Actually, artificial intelligence is actively used in many algorithms that make the internet better, as well as for some of them that make trouble on the internet, more on the application layer. People who run cybersecurity operations, people who just run networks, people who plan network capacity, they are all using artificial intelligence for many years. So here we can see definitely that artificial intelligence poses a positive contribution to the growth of the internet and to the protection of its values like interoperability, openness, accessibility, and very importantly, scalability, and our more superposed need for security. There's also a challenge, because this is like an arms race between what we would call the good guys and the bad guys. The people who are attacking the internet are also using artificial intelligence. For example, to discern patterns of operation, to extract passwords from, or even beyond password kind of security protections. And the good guys, the people who are concerned in keeping the internet open and functional and reasonably secure for everybody, are using artificial intelligence to detect these guys, to thwart their actions, to detect how they behave, and so on. What internet governance specifically can bring to this field is we should absorb the experience, we should extract the lessons learned from almost 3 decades of formal studies on internet governance and formal construction of institutions, and see, for example, what a multi-stakeholder procedure for governing or for managing artificial intelligence could bring us. We could see that the challenges, for example, of scalability, of crossing national borders, of reducing friction, of managing and manipulating memory, which we have learned to deal with in some ways, at least to dissect and attack differentially in internet governance, are now things that are affecting us on the field of generative artificial intelligence through language models. And we could also see that we never established a single global government of the internet or a single global institution for the governance of the internet. We have a specific mechanism for the unified identifiers like the DNS in ICANN. We have the standards in the IETF. We have very focalized groups like the anti-phishing working group or the messaging anti-abuse working group, which focus on specific problems, bring the relevant stakeholders together, and also find the funding to do these things and the way to have teeth so that they can act upon the malicious actors to some extent. They are also adaptable to the diversity of different cultures, different, let's say, national traditions, policies, legal structures, and aware of the fact that if you try to squeeze the system too tightly, all the bad actors will act outside the system. There's much arbitrage there. So probably that's what we can say in this big picture. There's an interaction between these things. Artificial intelligence can be used both to damage and to defend the core values of the internet, and we can extract lessons from the history of internet governance and apply them to the governance of artificial intelligence in specific and differentiated fields. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, for introducing us to the work of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values. And I do appreciate how you explained what AI can do is beneficial, but also maybe it's not so beneficial. Let me now go to Avri Doria, who is here for the Dynamic Coalition on Internet of Things. And also, DCIoT is one of the most grown-up dynamic coalitions, I think. So you have a long-standing experience in Internet of Things. But what about the people that shall benefit from Internet of Things? Reflecting the last 5 days, I assume that the most often term I've heard is human-centered. And so my question would be, what does it mean to you and to the Dynamic Coalition of Internet of Things? And what steps does the Dynamic Coalition take to ensure a human-centered, open and inclusive internet? And how does this play out to fast-tracking the SDGs?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, and we have been working on the Internet of Things Dynamic Coalition for quite a while. When the Dynamic Coalition first started, it was before things were as ubiquitous, as everywhere as they are now. The concern was that things are coming, and we didn't know whether they would be on the internet, of the internet, somehow different from the internet. Discussions we hear in other subjects these days. And eventually we found out that what was really important was how the things were interacting with us, how we worked with them, how we treated them, how we used and took care of them so that people were benefit from them. And one of the things that basically happened when we started working with the Internet of Things is we decided that a set of values were necessary for best practices for the items that were part of the Internet of Things. Sort of an effort that started at the similar time as the Dynamic Coalition on Core Values in the Internet. And so started looking at what were the best practices that one would need to have if an Internet of Things or things existing on our Internet were to interact with human populations, with cities, with people in general, were to be human-centered. How would we do that? How could we assure that they were properly maintained so that they didn't become dangerous, so that they remained beneficial? How could we control the access so that the things were not being accessed in a bad way, but only in a good way? How could we control that? How could we basically make sure that the number and the profusion of things that were collected that data, and that data was treated and stored properly? So the Dynamic Coalition, in the process from 2008, when we first started talking about it almost as just objects, to 2018, when the IoT Good Practices came out, was basically looking at how they affected us as people, how they could be used in a human-centric way. Now, as we started looking at those good values, we found that they were often far more true as aspirations, as intentions, as goals, than they were in practice. And then we started looking with the SDGs as to how Internet of Things could actually be used to assist, to solve the goals of that. And you start going through the list of them, you know, zero hunger. That's the things that basically are everywhere in agriculture and such. Or for health, the number of objects and things that are used in health, that are implanted in bodies and such to help maintain health. Clear water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent environment, clean air, etc. That basically each of the problems that you look at in the Sustainable Development Goals is one that can be helped or hindered by the objects that we place in the world that basically collect data, that affect the world, because the things don't just collect data, they initiate actions. And so how do we make sure that they're well controlled and only controlled in a proper and safe way? So basically these values have been established, and now we start looking at the impact analysis of Internet of Things, of how do we make sure that there's proper access control? How do we make sure that an object that's been planted in our environment that no longer has a purpose, or has become deleterious, can be dealt with and such? So those are the problems that the Dynamic Coalition takes on, talks about, tries to publish analyses on, and to continue doing its work.
Thank you, Ari, for this. So, Internet of Things with a human face, so to speak. It gives me pleasure now, as a digital immigrant, to look towards a digital native. We have Theo from the Youth Coalition on Internet Values with us. And I would like to ask her, how do you see the role of young people and the Internet in fast-tracking the SDGs? And also, what hope and expectations does the young generation have on Internet governance for the future? And what impact it can have on today's young people? Please, Theo.
First of all, thank you for having me today, and it is, I feel very proud of being here, because that as a young people, I could stick together with the senior people at the high level panel. That is very good for include the young people voices in the different sessions like that, to hear the young people what they are challenging over in the internet, as well as how young people are struggling over to get engaged in this community, as well as to advocating about the SDG for moving forward to the better future of the internet. Of course, SDG goals are also linking with our physical world, as well as in this digital era. It is also becoming, since the pandemic, we have been engaging and we have been using the internet in our daily life, and even we have been noted that many young people are doing many jobs online, and for not only for themselves but also for the community work. For example, like our YCIG member are very actively engaging at the INSAR Youth Standing Group for empowering young people to get involved in the internet governance community, as well as we have been engaged with the NetMission.Asia, which is also the youth program from the Asia Pacific region for empowering the young people for building their capacity about the internet governance, and also supporting the young people to get involved and continue their participation at the internet governance community. So I think this is supporting the young people and representing our voices in the community is very matter to reach out to more people, because in my perspective, it's like young people are born with some people, not some people, young people are born with the technology, but they are now facing a lot of the issue in their era for addressing and getting involved in the internet in their respective local community, of course, regionals and the global community. We are now challenging with the internet issue, why internet is innovating on one hand. This is the thing that we, the young people are the very important right now to bridge the next generation, and also engaging in addressing the issue of the internet moving forward for the, for example, like advocating about the internet and the carbon footprint. This is also very important that, sometimes we didn't know that, especially from the young people from the developing countries are not very noticed about how internet is impact, and even they don't understand how the internet is work and how the internet is impacting our daily life, and how the algorithms are working, social media algorithms are working or using our data or something like that. We have been, as a YCIG, we have been encouraged the young people facilitating the workshop in 2020 to engage at the Internet Governance Forum 2022. And also this year we have been taking the part of the mentorship role at the ISAR Youth Ambassador Program, where the young people as a mentor to support them and to marching and to bridging them with the internet governance community for building their better understandings and to keep them to continue participate in this community. But so far we are facing a lot of challenges, like resource, especially related to the resources. Such as like financial resources, time resources, because as a young people, we need to upgrade our skill, because we are still needing to sit here like that for talking about the issue, and but through our better understanding fast, and then also we also have the concerns about financial stability for learnings or for getting access internet. For example, like the internet is in some region, like the internet is not affordable at all. It is getting more and more expensive. why it is getting more and more expensive? It is very clear that because of the political impact that are suffering in the country like Myanmar and Afghanistan are also very difficult to get access to the internet. The internet is getting more and more expensive, and not every young people are not very easy to get access to the internet. Getting access to the internet is also a part of our life to access the resources about the education, also access the accessing the information about the global issue or something like that, and also to taking part on the capacity building program like the fellowship program and ambassador program, and also to engage with the global and local and regional community, because we are from the different times of working together for the common goal. So internet, when they are no longer affordable to pay for the internet, they have been left behind. That is the key why that is one of the examples that I would like to highlight. Another thing is that young people are very active in advocating and working on the activism work. For example, like freedom of speech and digital rights related matter. But on one hand, that digital space is no longer space at all. So how they could, how will impact their advocacy? They always have to consider that how there might be the impact and there might be a risk to them when they do something that the government don't like. You know, like I know there are the war in the world. There are lots of the governments are supporting to the young people, but there are also many governments are oppressing over the young people voice, and also oppressing over the young people, stopping them to criminalize the cases like that when they speak out on the online, or when they speak about their environmental issue online. That is inevitable that we are facing, and also young people need more support from the different kinds of the organization to also to addressing the issue together for moving forward to the sustainable development goal, as well as for going into the common goal like one world, one internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Theo, for making the voice of young people heard in this session, and for all the aspects that you've addressed. You have been speaking about the ecological crisis as well as of very important other things, but this gives me the opportunity to refer on the one hand to the General Comment number 25 that the United Nations Committee for the Children of the Rights have adopted, and this General Comment addresses several of the issues, especially not to criminalize the activities that young people perform on the internet. And it's not a coincidence that after number 25, General Comment number 26 on environmental issues and their impact on children's rights has been adopted I think only 4 weeks ago. So, and with that said, I would like to call the Dynamic Coalition on Environment that is supposed to be in the room to give their short 90-minute intervention from the microphone right there. Oh, 90 seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So 90 seconds, the floor is yours.
My name is Saptarshi and I represent DC Environment. It has been such an insightful discussion, but I want to add a point to this ongoing discussion. I believe with human rights, we also need to speak about human duties. They have to work together. At DC Environment, we have been working on action-oriented policy papers, which puts focus on human duties. In this year's DC report, we talk about how unchecked urbanization is causing biodiversity loss, which in turn is impacting our mental health negatively. It is time to incorporate action-oriented duties in our discussions. We need to leverage technology, especially internet, to propagate and educate school students so that the next generation is prepared to do whatever is needed to ensure the world is a livable space in the near future. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IGF to facilitate such important discussions at this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, given to understand that there's also the Dynamic Coalition on Jobs that would like to make an intervention.
When I release the reports, I'll make the intervention on digital health and jobs.
Okay, then is the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health is on my list. Then it's children, Dynamic Coalition on Children. Or children's rights, to be precise, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you very much, Theo, for speaking on behalf of young people. I have to say it's very exciting to see so many young people engaged in the processes here. I represent the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, and as my colleague Jutta has referred to, we're a dynamic coalition built upon the principles and the content of the general comment number 25 on children's rights in relation to the digital environment. And I think it's also really exciting, and I would like to thank all my other DC speakers from other DCs to see the full potential of how we can work together to ensure, from our perspective, that children's rights are really understood and acknowledged within all of the work that you're doing, and how we can understand and contribute to your work. And for us, it's very exciting to be part of the IGF and have the opportunity to bring the voices of children with young people and children themselves to these crucial debates about the future of the internet. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Amy. So now we are calling Rajendra for the Dynamic Coalition on Jobs and on Digital Health. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, good evening to those who are joining online. As the organizer for the plenary of the DC session, I thank the IGF for the opportunity, support, and the trust they have given us. Today, we release 4 reports, probably substantive work of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs. This is probably the world's biggest project on job creation that we do using technology. It's called Project Create. And thanks, Windsurf, for the mentorship, for the report that we see, because I believe totally aligned to the theme of this session, human rights in digital age. There will be no human rights if there are no source of livelihoods. You can't fight for them, basically. So I think this project is very important. And we have created job map for 9 sectors. This is in it, and we'll work through the year. And this is what we promised in Ethiopia on the 30th October last year. The second report we released is Urbanization, Biodiversity, and Mental Health. This is important because what we call as the mindless growth that we show up as development, which it is not, and you will see in this report that urbanization is leading to loss of biodiversity, which is going to lead to mental health issues. If we do not address this, the mental health pandemic will shadow all the pandemics. I think this is an important issue, given the fact that digital footprint has a carbon footprint. We have to address this, and this also is a report for that. We are releasing this report on the state of digital health 2022, which covers 58 countries. We have done it under IGF Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health, which I think addresses the 3 80s, what I call it. The 80% of the people in the world have no access to health, 80% of the people in the world cannot afford health, and 80% of the people have acute illnesses, which means that out of those 3 80As, we need the 4A, which is artificial intelligence, to address these 3 80s. And of course, the last report, Internet and Jobs, covers 75 countries, 6 continents. And our focus has been, as Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs, that Internet plays an important role in job creation. This is our mandate, this is our remit, and this is our work. And this also shows the phenomenal groundwork that Dynamic Coalitions do in terms of thought leadership, in terms of giving direction to key themes of IGF and moving the things on ground. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Rajendra, for giving us the present. And I do think only that I was able to flicker through it, that it's very important we spread that around the room to give it to more people and to give more people access. I'm pretty sure we have digital copies on the internet, and probably we can give also the URL and the links. I'm not sure whether we have further dynamic coalitions in the room who want to take the floor for their 90 seconds. If you are so, please make you ready to go to the microphone. And otherwise, we would like to take also questions from the floor, from the participants in this session. Please come forward, put your questions to the dynamic coalitions, and even if it be, how can I join any of the dynamic coalitions that have been presented here so far?
It has been our objective to make the session as interactive as possible, so we really rely on you to ask questions and make comments. We can also turn to the online participants. Are there any comments online, or is there any online participants who would like to intervene?
Hi, so there are 2 questions online. One is from Mr. James from Cameroon. He says, what strategies can be employed to enhance the practical relevance of established international norms for professionals, and which resources can be harnessed in their daily responsibilities?
Do we have one of the panelists who want to take this question? Well, the question is about standards. And I know we have a dynamic coalition on standards. Is anyone in the room who want to take the question?
Yes. I can certainly add that within the dynamic coalition on IoT, having standards that can then be used by many to come up with a certain level of transparency, a certain level of interoperability, a certain level of expected behaviors that are acceptable to consumers are critical. And so within the values that are promoted in good practice are indeed the development and adherence to standards. So certainly it's of vital importance.
Thank you, Avery. But Mohammed, you also want to add something in the regard of standards?
Yes, quickly. As Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, we always encourage to follow the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. That would be the version 2.1 right now. These are the standards to develop accessible websites, online platforms, mobile apps, etc. In an accessible way for the persons with disabilities to use. And Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability always encourages the developers to follow these standards.
Thank you, Mohammed. So we have Windsurf. It's an honor for us to have you here in our session and to ask us a question.
So this is a question to Shabir, although certainly any of you who wish to respond are free to do so. It has to do with increasing our ability and our capacity to produce accessible interfaces to all of the applications on the internet. My impression is that creating standards doesn't necessarily create capacity to use those standards effectively. Some of you are familiar with the Khan Academy, which has grown over time to encompass a great many more subjects than just mathematics. But the example of that academy made me think of asking people with disabilities to help the rest of us, especially those of us who are responsible for developing software that's used online, to intuitively understand how to apply the standards to make things accessible. What I've found as I learn more about this problem is that examples of things that work and things that don't work and explanations about why they work or don't work may be the most effective way of helping people, programmers, gain an intuition for how to make use of technology for accessibility. Just to, Shabir, I'm sure you would resonate with this. If you don't know how a screen reader works, then how are you going to make a web page that works well with a screen reader? So we really need to build more capacity, and I would invite those of you interested in this to think about how we can increase our capacity to do a better job.
Yes, thank you very much, Vint, for making this comment. Actually, this was exactly what I was thinking about, that we need to build capacities. And just to step out of a little bit broader domain that we are discussing here in the dynamic coalitions, to build capacities, actually, what I said in the beginning was that you have to have actual people, those who are being impacted by these technologies, interacting with these kind of initiatives. Same is the case with the development side. Now there are technologies that enable persons with disabilities to study these degrees: software development, software engineering, computer sciences, and all those technologies. So on one level, we have to encourage persons with disabilities to come into these fields, to study these educational degrees and to work in these domains, so that the other people, those who would be your co-worker or colleagues, juniors, seniors, they would know of that you are there and you have the requirements. On the other hand, the certain measures could be taken to inform the development side, different degrees. Those could include requirements and training programs for training the persons without disabilities about the requirements and impacts of having these technologies accessible and not having these technologies accessible. In certain cases, there are just physical requirements where people are unable to reach to the certain content which may be available on the website if that is not available with the screen reader. But in certain cases, it could be a legal liability. For instance, the Section 508 in the United States, and so on and so forth. There are other standards which are legally bound to be followed by the governments to make the certain platforms to a certain level accessible. But as I said, this is a very interesting debate that we need to continue. But certainly, Vint, thank you very much for this very crucial point that you indicated, that the people actually developing these technologies need to know about the standards. For instance, some
Muhammad,
10 years back.
Time out. We need a timeout to give more people to take the floor. They are already queuing. Thank you so much. But I don't want to interrupt you, but just to give Lisa also the chance to react to your input, and then we have more questions. A short intervention, Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this from the educator perspective, because we're working very deeply with education systems now, and faculty within them who are creating open educational resources to develop these kinds of standards that are 508 compliant. So for example, and this doesn't solve the problem at the software development level, but if you have educators who are creating resources for the first time, there are mechanisms that you can put into the authoring platforms, I mean, at the very basic level, so that they can't put a picture without adding alt text. I mean, it starts simple in that way, and of course gets to, you know, much more complicated things. What I want to say in our education systems is our accessibility offices have really been so much about how you make accommodations and how you get, you know, a particular book to a student in a chemistry class who is, you know, sight impaired or something like this, as opposed to thinking about what does it look like if these resources are born accessible, and, you know, what does that need to look like at the creation level, at the course creation level, or at the resource creation level. So, and this also, I just want to add in the issue of universal design for learning. This is something that I think we're really understanding in the US and globally, that we need to think about disability on a whole spectrum that is not necessarily device specific anymore. And that's what a lot of these accessibility offices were experts in. What's the device that gets you, as opposed to what's the resource itself?
It's Vin again. Thank you for letting me intervene one more time. I wanted to reinforce something that Shabir said. We have two deaf Googlers who were responsible for developing one application called Live Transcribe, which basically takes sound in and transcribes it on your mobile so that you can see what the other person is saying. It works in 120 languages, and it was developed by a deaf Russian engineer at Google. The other thing is captioning for YouTube was developed by another deaf engineer. So I want to reinforce the point that people with these problems also can have the skill to help us develop applications that accommodate. And I want to reinforce the point about broad accommodation as opposed to device-specific things. You're quite right about that, too.
Thank you for the lively debate, and I'm quite happy that more than 20 years after the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines have been adopted, we can give a bit of stamina to that input. Now we have Alejandro raising his hand from Zoom, and then we go to Mark Howell from the Standards Safety and Security Dynamic Coalition. Alejandro, you have the floor.
Thank you. Quick reply to the question about standards, complementing what has already been said. As things move into the Internet of Things, for example, the standards issue becomes very complex. You have to distinguish between the consumer Internet of Things, which runs mostly over the open Internet. It's just more IP traffic, more TCP IP traffic or UDP traffic, and the industrial Internet of Things, which may choose in some segments of communication to use the open Internet. Let's say if you are operating an autonomous vehicle or a connected vehicle, and what is available is Wi-Fi, then that will be what you use, or your standard internet connection. But otherwise, you have LoRaWAN, you have lots of other standards taking place, and it's a very complex architecture. That's number one. The expectation for artificial intelligence would be that some standards for interoperability, for example, between LLMs should arise, and we will be facing this same complexity. And on the other hand, what's happening with some applications of artificial intelligence, including generative LLMs, is that they are substituting for the lack of standards, because they are just translating imperfectly with biases, with lots of trouble, but they are just jumping over the hurdles by doing things like Vince said, or what we have seen, for example, the incredible progress in automatic translation. And again, these things, it's very important to keep them in mind within core Internet values, the IGF, our context, this multi-stakeholder governance, making sure all stakeholders are at the table. Your system will never be better than your case studies before you start developing. So that's the kind of thing where we can really make sure we involve all relevant stakeholders. Final point, you may have a technical standard, like for example, for accessibility, for the blind or for the weak, for the weak of sight, and you can still have the designers paint, pale jade over turquoise, letters over background, and that will pass a Bobby test, and you will still have something that people cannot read. So it takes a lot of commitment, and we should ask, for example, key actors like government websites to set the standard of behavior, not only the technical written standard, but the standard of behavior about accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Can we now turn to Mark Carvel behind this microphone? Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Marcus. The name is Mark Carvel. I'm a policy advisor for IS3C, which is a dynamic coalition. We've been going for the last 3 years. IS3C stands for Internet Standards, Security and Safety. And the focus of our coalition is on the failure to deploy existing standards in the whole Internet ecosystem. We have a range of working groups. The first working group we set up is looking at security by design, and that has just published a report which has surveyed policies worldwide relating to Internet of Things and policy provisions with regard and practices with regard to standards. And that will be the basis for further work to examine the whole issue of how to make Internet of Things much more secure and safe. We have a working group which is looking at the gaps in educational, curricular and vocational training relating to cybersecurity standards. And that is now developing a proposal for creating a cybersecurity hub which will bring together industry and educationists to look at this, to start examining whether there is potential for creating a kind of repository on cybersecurity standards that educationalists can use, which will meet the requirements of industry. We have another working group which is looking at what we believe is an important driver for the take-up of standards, which is public and private sector procurement and supply chain management. The work that working group has done so far has confirmed that a lot of procurement contracts do not specify cybersecurity standards. When government offices, for example, go out to purchase devices and network applications, there isn't any specific stipulation as to what their buying should include in respect of standards relating to security. We're launching a new working group which will look at routing and RPKI and DNSSEC in particular, why there's not been widespread take-up of those important standards. So, and also we're drawing up what we hope will be a valuable toolkit which will set out the key cybersecurity standards that will be a reference point for internet stakeholders, users, purchasers, and so on in the future. So we've got a lot of work on the go, and we'll be launching new aspects of work which will bring cybersecurity standards much more to the center of awareness, what can contribute to greater security and safety online. And of course, this intersects with the whole Sustainable Development Goals agenda with regard to resilient, robust, secure infrastructure that will serve the interests of the health sector, financial sector, and so on. So there are a whole range of SDGs which we think our work will contribute to. So I hope that if I've gone over 90 seconds, do apologize, but we're doing so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark.
Jutta, can I make one comment to that?
Yes, of
Just
course.
30 seconds. I implore you, if you're going to be creating cybersecurity curriculum, there are groups already that are looking at this. Please do it as open educational resources, because so many times we're seeing the corporations go in and create their training programs around cybersecurity, but then that becomes private and commercial. We need this to be openly licensed. So there's a community of people already working on cybersecurity. I'm sure they would welcome the kind of expertise that you're talking about.
Well noted. Thank you very much.
I'm quite glad to see that the networking is already going on between dynamic collisions. And I wanted to recommend also that Mohammed has mentioned Section 508 in the United States, and that is exactly an example how public procurement or the standard had an impact on public procurement. So probably, Mark, you should go in contact with Mohammed to learn more about Section 508 and then see whether that approach could also be adapted to security standards in procurement. We have another question from the floor.
Thank you. I'm Woro from the National Library of Indonesia. I just want to add that from the library perspective, right now libraries are very focused on building awareness amongst libraries that the public access they offer give them a role or even a responsibility to help deliver the SDGs, building on their pre-existing values base. We are trying to get a stronger, more purposive, and more structured approach to having positive impact in terms of development and delivery of the rights, though the enactment of the particular one, freedom of access to information. So for us, for libraries, it will be about how a localized delivery of the right of access to information through libraries is helping to deliver. As part of this, we are building awareness, strategic planning, and a sense of agency and duty. It is important to have rights and the SDGs as the structured goal and to keep our eyes on this. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. The libraries have always been very active participants, and we have a dynamic coalition libraries. And our rapporteur actually represents the International Federation of Library Associations, and he may say a few words at the end of our session. But we have somebody else behind the microphone here. Please, you have the floor and introduce yourself.
I am a Japanese nutrition who lost some of her speed due to traffic accident. I worked in a remote medical field and studied at Osaka Kyoiku University's Graduate School of Education, majoring in health science. My name is Akemi Yokoyama. I am an Asian Pacific leader for people with disability and volunteer leader for the Osaka Cancer Expo in Japan. After a traffic accident, I studied actively at the Japan Rehabilitation Association. Even here in Japan, there are many people who do not have an internet. People with disability in Japan have both intellectual and mental disability, which also overlap with physical disability. 1/3 of Japanese people are elderly, dementia. We ask for your help in providing diverse accessibility, bridging the digital divide, and water and food for disability and elderly people around the world. In particular, he thanks us for Gaza, Afghanistan, Syria, and Libya, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these comments. It's very much appreciated. We have somebody.
Online, yes, online someone is there who would like to intervene. Benin, you can go.
So we have one more comment from Zoom. Mavish,
Yes.
would you like to go ahead?
Benin wanted to intervene. Benin, can you please speak? You have raised your hand. Okay, so we have one more question from Ms. Monica Emmert. How well have the results of the DC's work been received in industry and legislative work? How can the DCs strengthen the impact and perhaps avoid duplication of work like Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet?
So I'm going to start, and then you will continue because you have the long-standing experience with dynamic collisions. At this point, I would say that it's a bit difficult to give an answer across all the dynamic collisions. The work of some of the dynamic collisions very much related to research, and it's well appreciated, like we have seen in the reports that Rajendra has already handed out. While other dynamic collisions are more in the field of practice, like, for example, the dynamic collision on public access in libraries, which they are really practicing giving people access who otherwise wouldn't have access to the internet. But maybe, Marcus, you want to add something?
Well, I think what we always say, it's very difficult to have a common denominator for all dynamic collisions as they're so diverse. They're diverse in scope. Some, as you have heard, work more on principles, whereas others are more very much practical, such as the dynamic collision on accessibility has both practical and also policy aspects. So it's very difficult to give a common assessment, but especially the dynamic collision on accessibility for people with disabilities has had a very direct impact, and we heard from Mohammed also how they continue to have impact. But I open the floor to the other panelists, maybe who have concrete examples or would like to give your assessment. Anybody willing to venture forward? But again, yes, please.
I'll try this. I know that, I mean, one thing I think I've really learned being here this week, how much the work that we do in the education system around access to knowledge is somewhat disconnected from the larger conversations about governance and privacy and, you know, the issues that other people are dealing with in the dynamic coalitions. Yet they seem to be very essentially related. And in fact, if the people that we work with on the ground understood that they really are part of a digital equity agenda, and it isn't just about an issue of education and access to education, if they saw the larger picture, I think it could be very useful. So it would be interesting to try to find how we can make some of those connections, even if it's around messaging and communications. It seems that there's some real potential to have deeper impact around the SDGs if we're able to do that together.
We have Alejandro who would like to intervene.
Thank you. I would like to go further in this question. As Marcus correctly said, the impact is very heterogeneous, and we have to work out ways to get closer, especially to industry, by changing the messaging between the IGF and certain sectors of industry. Some sectors of industry are close to the IGF. They have been since the start of the IGF good sponsors. They send high-level, technically informed representatives. They absorb what comes out of the IGF. We need to make this happen more. We certainly have a much better example here of this type of collaboration and the way it carries to industry than what we can expect if if the IGF is minimized in its role as attention goes to things like the Global Digital Compact and the potential interest of creating a higher level, all-encompassing governance instance for everything digital. That will certainly make sure that industry goes completely into a defensive attitude and no multi-stakeholder message will get through to industry. And further, one can foresee that, for example, as the GDC has already talked about, a tripartite arrangement between government, industry, and civil society, without including the technical community, without including the technical knowledge necessary for governing or evolving the system, we can be sure that eventually the powers of industry and government will come together and squeeze out civil society. So it's a paradoxal and complex situation. What we have to do is document more and communicate more the IGF work to industry and make sure that they feel as an equal partner instead of attending preventively. A lot of industries do send representatives only to listen and prepare against what they will see as an attack of regulation of legislation 2 years down the road in their countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. That gives me a nice segue into a final question, as we give each panelist the opportunity for some final comments. And I would like to ask them, how do you see the role of dynamic coalition in the new environment? And one of the big questions was the future of the IGF and the relationship to the GDC. And do you see a role of the dynamic coalition in implementing and follow up of whatever will come out of the Global Digital Compact? Shall we start at the other end with the youth dynamic coalition? But can you be very, very concise, because we're shortly going to run out of time. 1 minute.
Thank you. I will very concise. I think it's really important because internet governance communities, multi-stakeholder models, and even the voices are coming from the bottom to the up. So it is very important to include the young people voices to the GDC as well as, and also for shaping the futures of the internet. They are very critical as they are playing the key role in the shaping the internet for being the better internet as well as for the safe digital space. Thank you.
Mohammed?
Yes, thank you. Just quickly, a couple of points. One, there is a common misconception that if the work is done for accessibilities, it would be beneficial for person with disabilities. It's a misconception. Any website or forum made accessible for person with disabilities can be used and have been used by other person, and it's been reported that it was more beneficial than it would be otherwise. Secondly, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is ready to cooperate with any of the IGF forums, be it MSG, MAG, the Leadership Panel, or the Secretariat, for cooperation in making the digital environment and Internet Governance Forum accessible for people with disabilities. And the voice of people with disabilities should be heard there. Lastly, the accessibility work is not just for people with disabilities. We all are aging, and we may at some point in our lives require these accessibility accommodations. So it's better to start when we are in power and in a position to make things happen than to lament afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
I think I can say this on behalf of the OER Dynamic Coalition, which is, we're working with member states and governments to institute these policies around education. to not restrict access to education by, in fact, providing open educational resources. So if there are, as a newbie, as a newer dynamic coalition, if there's ways that we can work with other dynamic coalitions, to the old adage of we can go, further together, I think it would be really helpful to look at how the policies around the internet are in sync or not in sync with those around governments and education and access to education. And then one quick thing too, you asked a question of our speaker on youth, who so eloquently talked about the youth voice, and you asked her the question about how to fast track the efforts, and I'm thinking that question is for all of us. Youth came as maybe digital natives to this, but they, are inheriting what we have here. And so any way that we can all think of fast tracking and not just wait for a year from now to sort of talk about our impact, I think that's of the most crucial importance.
Thank you. And Aubrey?
Perhaps I'm being simplistic, but I look at GDC, an essentially top-down set of principles. I look at dynamic coalitions, an essentially bottom-up set of principles. So I think it would be problematic. I think we would continue to strive, as we've done with the IGF, to get acceptance, but I really do believe it would be problematic.
Thank you. I wonder whether our two rapporteurs would like to give a very, very short tweet, like summing up. And introduce yourself with your name, please.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm Priya Shukla, coordinator of DC Internet and Jobs, and also the rapporteur for the DC main session. I'd like to say that it was a very insightful session, however, and with many takeaways and call to action, but it will not be able to reiterate the whole discussion in just a few points. However, I'll give two key takeaways here. The internet we want should be accessible, equitable, which helps in capacity building. However, it also has to be sustainable. And second, that internet has to be human-centered. And the call to action points that I feel should be that global organization for internet governance should be established. And second, there should be a focus on both human rights and human duties. We have never talked about human duties before. So I hope all the DCs will come together and not just work in silos to bring these key takeaways and call to action points into actual practice. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephen?
Hi, so I'm Stephen Wyber from the... So Stephen Wyber, I'm primarily here as a rapporteur, but also with the Dynamic Coalition on public access and libraries. I think the two overall points I came away with were firstly that there's a sense that, dynamic coalitions are here to address the delivery gap between the promise of the internet and actually delivering on human rights and on the SDGs, and actually providing this sort of wealth and richness of understanding of what that gap is, what are we missing out on, what is the contour of the space that we need to fill with action in order to make sure that the internet actually delivers on its potential for everyone. And then the second, which also came out towards the end, the idea that collectively the DCs make it possible for internet governance to be a form of reflective practice, by which I mean that it's a space where we need to be looking critically at what's going on, and we need to be understanding what is actually going on, why are there links, where are there links between the way the technology that the internet is developing and the outcomes people are experiencing, why is what we hope would happen not happening, what is missing, and so on. And they provide this lasting space to actually do that. And I don't know, that's crunched down into the term reflective practice. In terms of calls, I think the first one actually is Avri's one there, that if the GDC is supposed to be providing a sort of chapeau for all internet governance discussions and how do we answer the question of what should be done, then actually the GDC needs to bake in that bottom-up process. It needs to leave that space for that to happen. And then the second one, I think simply celebrating this model of having a space where all stakeholders can be there, because you can't reflect if you can't see, and you can't see if you don't have everyone actually present and taking part. So I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, and I ask now my co-moderator Jutta to give her final thoughts on this session. Please.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Jutta, Alejandro would like to...
Sorry, we don't have time.
So my takeaway from the session is that the internet we want can only be achieved by dialogue and collaboration. And I've heard people wanting more participation in the deliberations of the Global Digital Compact. And I do think that the dynamic coalitions and this session shows that the bottom-up approach of the dynamic coalitions could provide for that dialogue, for that collaboration and common deliberations. So we have to bring something forward.
We have to combine the top-down with the bottom-up. And with that, I thank you all for your participation, and I thank you for being with us. And please, I invite you to join me in thanking our panelists with a round of applause. Thank you. And that closes our session. Thank you.
Could we get Alejandro on the screen and have a photo with him on the screen? And
just saying, oh, it's hard, it's too hard. So now saying, okay, here's the opportunity.
Would you like to take a photo of the panelists?
Yes, I do, because it was in the we've been on threads together, right?
In the planning session, yes.
Yeah, so Lisa Patrides. Okay. Yeah, I think
just
we'll
have
look
a
at
photo.
that.
And
Oh,
then
yes. Yes, I would love that.
I never take photos. Go over here.
Yep,
I just don't want photo up. I'm coming.
bon. Avec le... Ça s'affiche, non? Ok.
best teacher is here. Come, come, come.
Come, come, Ben. Yes, Ben. You know, this is Asata. Yes.
Okay.
Are we going to read this? Yeah, do this. What about...
All right.
Sava, if you want, you can take.
Doesn't.
Okay, wait.
For marketing purposes.
Actually, I am an ambassador inspired. So I must be here. I'm the real ambassador.
This is 20.
Okay. Okay. I'm tired. Climate change.
Chandrata is very.
One more, one more.
Yes.
You know? No, we can go that side. Let's go that side. Yeah.
You stay here.
Yeah.
So there's.
Judgments or yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Questioners.
Because I want to get the all the way. You only want 2 microphones.
It's three. We have three microphones. Four. Two where?
Take them away. Because with speakers,
Yes.
in the order that they're speaking.
I can we take off those two mics and keep that one?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah.
No. Yes, put it a bit up.
人物愛さんのあれも撮っていい
絶対ありえん。
あれキャプショナーに綴りを渡すからって言って
ちなみにそのキャプショナーさんからのそことそこのマイク、端のマイクにも外して、Look at me, please. Look at me, please. Like that, yes. それこの人に持ってます。Okay, I'll leave it.
Thank you. こうそうそうじゃああの人大丈夫
Sure. Can I have your name, please? With how to take?
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a good meeting, and this is the time where we have our open mic taking stock session, where we invite the participants to come up and tell us what they liked, what they didn't like, what we should keep, and what we should improve as well for next year. We will be having an open call for this, so if we don't have enough time to finish the open mic session here, you can still put in written remarks, which will be published on our website. And at the first open consultations as well, we will have a summary of it, and those who were not able to send can also have their say. With me here, I will just ask everybody to introduce themselves, or I can do it as well. On the far left, we have Mr. Yoichi Ida, who was the co-chair of the 2023 MAG, who helped organize this meeting. He was the host country co-chair, and he is the Assistant Vice Minister in the MIC Ministry. And then we have Mr. Vint Cerf, who is the chair of the leadership panel. Myself, Chengetai Masango, I'm head of the IGF Secretariat. And to my right, we have the chair of the IGF 2024 MAG, who will also be listening very carefully because she'll be leading the organization of next year's meeting on the substantive part. And then on my extreme right, we have Paul Mitchell, our outgoing chair for the 2023 meeting. Carol Roach. Let me first give a chance for people here on the podium if they want to say anything, but the main part of this meeting is that we are in listening mode. We will take good and copious notes, and we will keep this in mind for next year. But please, Vint.
It's Vint. You all know I can't resist an open microphone, so here we are. I just want to say 2 or 3 things. First of all, I want to thank Ida-san for his hosting of the Kyoto meeting, his country's contribution to all of our work this week. I'm sure all of you are just as exhausted as I am. This has been an intense week, but from my point of view, a very productive one. I hope you'll be able to say the same thing. We look forward, of course, to the meeting coming up in Riyadh next year. And I'd also like to officially, as the leadership panel chair, thank Paul Mitchell for his 2 years of extraordinary leadership of the MAG, and to applaud Carol's arrival as the incoming MAG chair. I'm very eager to hear what you have to say about this meeting, and I brought a notebook. I will be taking notes, and hoping that you will help us make these meetings even more effective. So thank you. Back to you, Masango.
Hello. I just wanted to say that we want to keep improving the MAG and the IGF. We want you to tell us what the issues are. That's the only way we can work things out in order to improve. Let us know where you want to be, because that's about transformation. We also want to be relevant and stay relevant, so you need to tell us what you want. And we are willing to change and to adapt so that we can only be better. Thank you.
I would personally look forward to any of the feedback that you might have for this year's adventures. I think we had quite an extravagant, in a good way, turnout. And very much look forward from my perspective to hear from you what you have to say. And I want to thank you all in advance for being great participants in this IGF this year. I apologize for my voice being unable to talk that loud today.
Okay, thank you very much. In front, you do see 2 microphones, so if I would invite the audience to please come, and we'll take turns with the mics back and forth if you have anything to say, and we're here to listen. We may not give you answers straight away, but I think it's important that we do listen and take into account what you say. Yes, and 2 minutes, please, not more than 2 minutes.
Thanks, Chengedai. This is wonderful. It's very tough to tell your love of what's the scope to improve. And for 5 years, I've been in love with IGF. Now, let me come straight to the point. This is one of the fantastic forums. I love the way you all have shaped it up. And I love everything that you do here. Now, here is a bit of constructive criticism / ideas. Last year, we heard 2.7 billion people are not connected to internet. This year, it's 2.6 billion. That means in 25 years, we are going to give internet to everyone, which I guess is a failure of conscience for the supremacy of greed. We need to stop it. And I think if I can get access to internet at a cafe, at the airport, free by advertising model, why can't we give internet to this 2.6 billion people on those models? And then lastly, at the end, we are not a spiritual organization. Let's talk about jobs. I think that's the final tangible outcome of this. And let's not mistake IGF as a narrative platform for big tech. We should give ample scope for ground level organizations. And one call out to the Honorable SG of United Nations, this is a UN body, that if 2.6 billion people are not connected to internet, we have a high level panel for AI, but not high level panel for 2.6 billion people. It's misplaced priorities, you know. We should have a high level panel. I think the summit for the future should be the summit for the jobs. And I think all that I've said over the last 5 years, I have seen positive action and support. So in no way it means criticism. It's just kind of saying that we have better priorities to focus on and just thinking of AI when 2.6 billion people do not even have access to internet. And if we give them the opportunity, the $105 trillion of the global economy will be $200 trillion. That is what we should aim for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And also, could you please also say your name and your stakeholder group, if you can. Marcus, please.
Marcus Kummer, I'm speaking my capacity as Senior Advisor to Diplo Foundation and the Geneva Internet Platform. They kindly allow me to show a slide, and that's a project I'm involved in with Diplo. It's IGF Knowledge for Our Digital Future. Over the years, the IGF has accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge. And I do remember back in 2011 in Nairobi, Vint, you said then we should do some data mining. And now I'm quite excited to be involved in this project of using artificial intelligence to map the vast amount of knowledge that we have accumulated over the years. And then with the artificial intelligence, we see here a knowledge graph that shows the different intersections between the speakers, between the various sessions where this knowledge was, where the various content was actually mentioned. So with all this, we hope that we make it easier to navigate through this vast amount of knowledge, and it has, I think, a great potential for the future. And obviously, we would be very interested if other people, organizations would like to join in that project. More details are available on the Diplo website, and we look forward to working with anyone who is interested. Thank you very much for your attention.
Just one. A question for you, Marcus. Is this publicly accessible then on the website?
It is publicly accessible now, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please, thank you.
Hello, My pseudonym is JJ, and apologies for wearing the sunglasses, but it is important to avoid facial recognition in certain social environments. I'm a researcher focused on disaster-resilient internet infrastructure, and my life's mission is to help bring about an evolved internet that removes barriers and ensures equitable progress for all. I'm here at the IGF. Hello. I'm here at the IGF for the first time, and while I find this forum to be an important step towards consensus and collaboration for the evolved internet, we want to see this evolution will never come to pass as long as we maintain hushed tones about marginalized civilian populations that are actively oppressed by a lack of internet access, especially those who have had their voice removed from the global stage as a result of weaponized shutdowns and senseless wars. As a proud Tigrayan, I come here to ensure that my people's voice was present in this community. The welcome I received was warm, and I value the conversations and collaborations that have been born from this presence. However, now I see my people struggle in another community, and I would be remiss and hypocritical to let this opportunity to speak on their behalf pass me by. The internet is instantaneous, and I hope an evolved IGF will be able to discuss movements of the internet in the same fashion. So, with that in mind, I would like to express my outrage that the Palestinian people have been purposely removed from the internet this last week, and the depth of their civilian reality now hidden from the world due to the actions of a few radicals. I hope and encourage the IGF to make actionable forums for these populations to be represented in real time at these events. To say we're sorry for the pain is not enough. It wasn't enough for Tigray, and it isn't enough for Palestine either. To close, I would like to read a short poem by Tigist Hussein, an active and fierce defender of women's rights here in the IGF community. Your sorry makes me want to scream, like my body is being fried in an oil-filled pan. Your guilt is like a rash, something ugly itching under my skin, suffocating me with lifeless words. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I think we have a remote hub from Benin. Can we? If not, we'll just go to the next speaker, and then we'll come back to see if we can get them online, please.
Hi, thank you for that wonderful summit, and I would like to say that's my fifth one. And also, I'm one of the hub for the Dominican Republic. While I'm here, I have my hub is one in University of Yucatán and Dominican Barahona. I would like to say on the name of inclusivity, I would like to see more Latin American to be participate in next IGF, especially the Caribbean, and also I would like to see more people with disability. Because if we want to make everything exclusive, we're talking about internet for all, it is a must-have, because we cannot say we want one internet, one people, and that's the way we don't have the people who are supposed to make the decision, and we don't see them. And thank you for that time. My name is Andrews Bass. I come from Institute of Public Policy and Diplomacy Research. We are in New York, and also we encourage the internet by teaching young people, mentor them, how they can use internet to be useful. And I'm so grateful I'm bringing a lot of my students to be with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, on my left.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Valery Skanevs. I'm currently a master's degree student here at the KCGI in Kyoto. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude. It's my first IGF forum that I ever visited. I'm really amazed how many people came all over the world to express their opinion about such an important topic, especially in the age where the AI is becoming so predominant. The only one thing that I would like to give you as maybe as a little bit of a fresh opinion is I would really honestly like to see more actual programmers, more tech people. I mean, I know that it is sometimes maybe will be beneficial even for the politicians, who we have a lot joining members of the parliament from the Europe. We have a lot of parliamentarians who are representatives of the United States and other countries. So I would just wanted to see more programmers, more people who write the stuff, more people who develop the stuff so they can share their knowledge about the technology. And maybe this is going to be a great addition for the further IGF forums. Thank you very much for your attention and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Walter Natris. I'm speaking in a personal capacity and as coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition IS3C, Internet Standards, Security and Safety. First, I want to thank Mr. Ida and all the people who made this great IGF and venue. I really love it. Thank you. The first thing is a worrying point. I have not been in a single session that had more than 25 people in it, and the limit down below was 3. So do we have, what is the cause? Too many sessions, people doing other things. It's something to investigate. I think the focus of this IGF was great, but I was in a session on AI and I heard solutions. And they're now somewhere, everybody flew home and is nowhere. Why not brought all these sessions together and try to come up with some sort of a, we can't call it a declaration, but I don't have a better word, but because these solutions are in this building and are insufficiently shared. Then I come to dynamic coalitions, and I won't speak of my own, but in general, we have produced reports. Where are they? They're not recognized by the IGF, they're not on the IGF website. On the DC website, they will be there, but nobody knows these reports exist, and they bring tangible outputs to this IGF. So why, not why, but how can we improve this, and what sort of criteria should the DCs meet? And that will provide new focus, but also tangible outcomes. Finally, on the GDC. We've been discussing that for a long time. And what I would like to stress again, and I take this opportunity to do that here, if we want to take on more responsibility as IGF, and that perhaps happens only in 2025, but we have to start preparing ourselves. We need resources, we need to have a plan, we need to have focus, and need to play with it in 2024 so that we at least have the experience how to deal with this complex topic that we will be taking on as IGF community. And my DC has already indicated that we're willing to take on information, responsibility for that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Wood. We have Deborah Allen online.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my hand. All right, first of all, what I want to say is that this conference has been phenomenal in my perspective. The stakeholders I represent are civil society. I'm based in The Hague. I come from New York City. My background is in clothing design for 2 decades in the 80s and 90s, and now I work as a peace builder here in The Hague, promoting digital fluency and trustworthy sources online. So that's who I am. When I've come to conferences, to me, it's about the energy, and being here now online, but still feeling like I'm there on site is a testament to how great this conference has been, I would submit. I think having Vince Cerf in the room next to the next gen innovators, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there, but that was next level for me, being able to interact with Vince Cerf, and to see, sir, if you're on the platform, yes, hello. To just be able to look into your eyes, even if I'm here on screen looking into your eyes, and talk about the difference between looking at the way we measure things from inside out in the digital realm compared to outside in the development realm. And to have your brain, I watched your eyes just go, I see the difference. And that connection, I've never met you in person, but here we are, right? So I just want to honor that. And I want to honor the fact that this conference had these young people in a way that I've longed for, because the experts in the room oftentimes now are the young people in the digital realm. And the multi-gen, we do a lot of Gen Z, Gen X, Boomer, et cetera, but it's really multi-gen, and we know it. And this conference represented multi-gen, this new way of looking at it. The other thing I want to say is the passion of the people on the mics. I just heard the Dutch voice, since I'm living here in the Netherlands, saying, let's be more practical and figure out how we can convene all these sources together. So I really appreciated that. The young man on the mic, speaking up for what's fair and just. I can feel it. I can feel it sitting here at my desk all the way from there. So I just want to honor the fact that this online, offline, no-line world that we're living in, as a designer, this is one of the best times to be working in the world together because the gatekeepers have changed. So the last thing that I want to say, but I want us all to hear together, is let's redesign this. Let's redesign funding models. Let's redesign the way whatever it is, let's flip it. The time is now, and I'm just so happy to be together here with all of you and to be able to even say these things to you. So, Vint, I hope you work with the young people as much as you can and want to, and I know that they are hungry for working together with those who know. So I appreciate meeting you here. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deborah. It's Vint. I just wanted to tell everybody that my way of getting younger is to express my age in hexadecimal. So I'm 50 now.
Please.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. This is Umar Khan from Pakistan, community leader, a digital rights activist, a young lawyer by profession. Everything went very well. I think UN, the organizers, and the Japan people need a lot of appreciation for their work. They are wonderful. I'm just putting a bit of disappointment with regards to the people with disabilities. Actually, we have seen very less number of people with disabilities. And if I tell you that one of the session on the inclusion of the people with disabilities, there were 8 speakers, but unfortunately, there were only 4 people sitting in the room. This is a lot of disappointment because the people with disability should not be the only who's own their self. I think we all need to own them. We all need to be with them. So I think IGF will be really working seriously for the next time to have a good number of speakers also and participants in IGF. With this, a last disappointment for those who belongs to the underdeveloping countries or developing countries with the visa process issue. When I went to the Islamabad embassy, Japan embassy in Islamabad, they told us, how can a global event, such a global event invitation be such a simple email? A lot of my friends from Pakistan were not granted visa just because of the invitation letter. I think the invitation email or the letter should be in such a proper way or should be modified, amended in a way, or the embassies of the concerned countries in the concerned countries should be directed about this program. Even when I went, the visa officer was not aware of this program. So I think IGF should really take this serious. I hope everyone has enjoyed. I have learned a lot of things. See you all in the next IGF, inshallah. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Let us try the remote hub in Benin again. Please go ahead.
So thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, evening, everyone. So my name is Omar Farouk, a 17-year-old boy from Bangladesh, and I'm one of the nominees for prestigious International Children's Peace Prize 2023. I'm the founder and president of Project Omna, which is an upcoming AI-powered mobile app project focused on children's mental health and child rights. And I was the youngest and only child panelist of every global digital complex sessions by UN Tech Envoy representing children globally, and provided statements on every thematic deep dives. So I'm here to share some thoughts on the IGF 2023 and to make some suggestions for next year with a focus on children and young people. First, I want to commend the organizers of the IGF for putting on such successful event. It's been inspiring to hear from so many stakeholders about the challenges and opportunities of the digital age. One of the things that has struck me most at the IGF is the importance of putting children and young people at the center of digital policy and governance. Children and young people are the digital natives of tomorrow, and we need to ensure that they have a safe and supportive online environment in which to learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Carla Velasco, and I speak on behalf of the Association for Progressive Communications. First of all, we would like to express our most sincere recognition and gratitude to the government of Japan for their dedicated and careful planning and overall excellent execution of this Internet Governance Forum. The venue was excellent, the rooms were spacious, and the impeccable logistics made the event enjoyable and effective. That said, we would like to share some feedback on the overall execution of the IGF. Firstly, while preparing for our participation and upon arrival, we found the IGF online schedule difficult to read and difficult to navigate. The way the agenda is designed is not user-friendly, and this affects in terms of accessibility. As areas of opportunity, we kindly ask for future iterations, for links to be integrated in all formats of the schedule, and for the links to properly work in the most efficient and fast possible way. Additionally, as the IGF began, we noticed with concern that access to some domains for the ones connecting via Wi-Fi through the official network provided for the IGF were and are still blocked, such as the URL of the Amnesty International website and the URL of our APC's The IGF That We Want campaign about the value of the IGF that we launched at this edition of the IGF. This raises questions about which domains are blocked and on what basis. Access to content has been limited in a process that is oriented to ensure a free, secure, and open internet. In terms of workshops and main sessions, we weren't able to participate meaningfully in some of them as they constantly clashed with each other. We believe that this had an impact on participation and in the possibility to use the inputs from workshops in the conversations that main sessions aim to appropriate. We also noticed that some sessions are not necessarily contributing to deepen the analysis of issues. We are concerned about the predominance of techno-solutionist approaches in sessions related to the persistent digital exclusion in the Global South, for example. Additionally, in terms of representation, we are also concerned that several sessions, for example, Digital Me, Being Youth, Women, or Gender Diverse Online, and the workshop on Dynamic Coalition, Gender Disability, Gender, and Digital Self-Determination, failed to represent the diversity of voices that were speaking. From these sessions, people of color, gender diverse people, youth, and people with disabilities that spoke were mostly participating online. In the session, some of them shared that difficulties that didn't allow them to be on site. The main two reasons were related to visa applications and travel support. This brings us to an important issue that we think must be raised out loud. Before the event took place and while doing travel preparations, we received many reports, especially from members of our community in African countries, of Japanese embassies extending repeated multiple requests for extensive documentation related to financial and employment proof. For instance, in Uganda, where the Association for Progressive Communications team worked to support the visa application of its members and partners, the Japanese embassy refused to provide any reasons for the denial of visas for at least 10 persons applying to attend to the IGF. And in some cases, asked applicants to prove the legitimacy of the documentation submitted in order to process their visa. Therefore, we kindly ask for the next iterations to ensure that decisions on host countries for future editions of annual IGFs take into consideration the commitment of the government to provide a clear and accessible process through which all intended participants can access this vital space. To ensure that host governments instruct their missions and embassies as early as possible on the need to facilitate visa processes for people from the Global South, in particular from Africa. To ensure that host governments put in place measures that ease specific visa-related barriers.
I'm sorry,
related
I
to
may have to cut you off because you're almost double your time. You can send it to the IGF Secretariat and we'll look into it. I wasn't aware of the first two. I'll look into that as well. But thank you very much for your intervention. Next, please.
Thank you. Amrita Chaudhary, wearing my hat as chair of IGFSA. Thank you for organizing a great IGF. I think most of the things went with time. Everything was seamless. Yes, we do have hitches, but I think overall, if we look at it, it was great. The reason why I'm here is today IGF is doing much more. We have the dynamic coalitions, policy networks. We are seeing more people coming into IGF. That needs more resources, and IGF is also at a critical stage with, so I think just like people are coming here, contributing, getting from the IGF, I think it is important that people go out and also speak to people on how to bring in more resources to the IGF. We from IGFSA try to support the national, regional IGFs, but I think if the word goes and people also start thinking on how the society, the communities outside this room also can contribute, because just as we get from the IGF, if we want more, we also need to contribute. So this is an urge that everyone thinks about, how resourceful can be. The leadership panel is definitely thinking about it, but they cannot do it in silos. There would have to be more hands on it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bia Barbosa. I'm from the civil society. On behalf of the Coalition Rights on the Network, an alliance of more than 50 Brazilian civil society organizations, many of them are here in Kyoto, we would like to thank the Japanese people for their incredible, kind welcome. We also welcome the return of Brazil's leading role in the international sphere, where the government has taken up fundamental issues like the fight against social inequalities and the urgency of environmental protection. But much needs to be done at home. Brazil faces profound digital inequality, with the majority of the population enjoying precarious access to the internet, with billions of reais being spent in the wrong way to supposedly connect people. At the same time, despite having a pioneering law guaranteeing the rights of internet users, the Marco Civil of Internet, Brazil keeps facing wrong waves of disinformation and hate speech online, with an impact on our electoral process, on the public health, and on the rights of women, children, Black and LGBT people. Due to strong pressure from platforms and the far-right parties, we still haven't managed to pass a legislation that democratically regulates digital platforms. So we really need to do better at home. That's why we look forward to the possibility of the CGI, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, to host a multi-stakeholder meeting next year in our country, where we can together set goals and concrete commitments for the internet we want. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Farzan Ebadi from Digital Medusa. I have a nostalgic moment at this time. In 2018, I also made this comment that artificial intelligence is a very important topic. However, we are discussing internet governance here. And as long as artificial intelligence has implications for internet governance, then this is the right venue to talk about it. So we should, in our future sessions about artificial intelligence, have the internet governance aspect to it as well. Another comment is about technical community participation at different workshops. Unfortunately, we have not integrated the technical community in our workshops. They bring great expertise. They are the reasons that we actually have access to the internet, and our online presence is run by them, but we do not integrate them in our policy discussions, which we need to pay attention to. Also, I want to debunk the narrative that we are swimming in bad content and disinformation, and this narrative might actually result in a rush to solutions that might hamper our access to the internet. So we need to be very careful with, when we argue such things, especially on high-level panels. And let's make these meetings about internet governance. Internet and connectivity still matters. Let's not take the internet for granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us try the Benin Hub again. Maybe third time's the charm.
Du Bénin, je suis de la société civile. Je tiens déjà à préciser que Mouvement du Fruit, notre ONG, nous organisons ce hub, est une ONG qui fait dans la promotion d'éthique et de l'Internet en général pour la promotion de la femme béninoise, partout où sont exercées leurs activités. Donc, nous avons organisé déjà la deuxième session. Je crois que cette année, c'est la deuxième session, c'est le deuxième hub que nous organisons. Et nous voulons nous intéresser beaucoup à ce qui se passe sur le plan international au niveau de la gouvernance de l'Internet afin d'apprendre davantage pour trouver des créneaux, d'autres types de formations que nous allons apporter à nos filles, à nos femmes au Bénin, afin de les intéresser beaucoup plus à l'Internet et au développement de l'Internet. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est clair, chez nous, l'Internet ne peut plus être mis de côté dans les activités que nous faisons parce que tout est lié à Internet. Que vous soyez connecté, que vous ne soyez pas connecté, vous êtes impliqué dans la chose. Et nous savons que chez nous, les femmes sont les plus actives sur le plan économique. Alors, notre organisation, nous leur donnons donc ce pouvoir de pouvoir utiliser l'Internet pour s'autonomiser en fait, se développer. Et autre chose, c'est que je tiens beaucoup à remercier l'organisation de ce forum parce que nous avons notre hub au Bénin. Nous avons beaucoup de gens qui n'avaient encore jamais entendu parler du FGI et ni de ce genre d'activités qui sont venus, qui ont suivi, qui ont compris comment ça se passe. Donc, nous vous remercions beaucoup, les organisateurs, les initiateurs, les communicateurs, pour tout ce qui a été dit. Autre sujet de préoccupation pour nous, c'est que, c'est vrai, à ce sommet, à cette réunion, il y a beaucoup d'experts de la gouvernance de l'Internet et beaucoup de recommandations ont été faites. Nous voudrions véritablement que ces recommandations soient vraiment prises en compte par les politiques dans l'élaboration des politiques et des stratégies nationales pour que l'Internet puisse vraiment profiter à la grande masse des gens. Merci beaucoup. C'est toute ma contribution.
Thank you.
My name is Bakhtiar Mammadov. I am Deputy Head of Administration of the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of the Republic of Azerbaijan. It's really a great pleasure to greet all IGF participants. IGF has a unique feature, and in World Summit on Information Society decided to gather representatives of different stakeholders in one unique possibility, such as Internet Governance Forum, which allows to the people of different background, different activities to be together and solve issues related with Internet development. And I'm thankful to all who put a lot of contribution for making it. We were host of the IGF 11 years ago in 2012, and we know that how it is difficult, but we see everywhere improving capacity of the IGF. I want to say a few words about what we did so far in application of the development of the technologies and innovation, and digital transformation is a priority in agenda of the government of Azerbaijan. And according to the current situation, if we ask what is a strong economy, before we could say that it's population, natural resources, but now we have to say that technology and innovations are more important for development of each countries. And a strong digital economy can help to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth, strengthening competitiveness and increase resilience to shocks. And government of Azerbaijan is committed to transform its economy from the economy dependent on natural resources to innovation-based economy. And nowadays, 2.6 billion people, as it was mentioned several times, still offline and not connected to the internet. Azerbaijan is doing different programs, and by the end of 2024, we plan to achieve 100% home broadband internet coverage with a minimum speed of 25 megabytes per second. And we are working with private sector to create private-public partnership to speed up the process, and we plan to provide incentiveness for private sector, operate state-owned infrastructure. And various activities has been conducted for implementation of this, and one of the also new achievements of Azerbaijan, establishing smart cities and smart villages in newly liberated areas where people returning back after certain years and 30 years being internally displaced people, and we gain
Thank
also
you very
some kind
much.
of experience. And I wish in future such kind of experience will be shared, and best practice for IGF stakeholders will be shared with all of us. And
Thank
I
you.
wish to all you all the best in future IGF events.
Thank you.
I'm Xunqian, a student. I have learned a lot of things through these days of meeting, so that I'm very grateful for this meeting. I hope that in future the meeting can be held in their respective countries or regions. So in addition, I hope that can we introduce a regulation or a suggestion to regulate the highly popular digital currency around the world, which has to some extended the world.
Good afternoon, members of the panel, and to each and every one of us. I'm James Gregor Asuelo from the Bridging Leaders for Sustainable Development of the Republic of the Philippines. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the government of Japan and the UNDESA and the men and women behind the IGF for the successful conduct of the IGF 2023. I would like to share 3 points that might help and some of my suggestions. First, I suggest that if we can find opportunities, the policies, I suggest that if we can urge members of the government, the creation of the Internet Governance Council in various local governments among member states to spearhead programs and projects and policies to address the myriad of challenges that we face today in relation to the internet, digitalization, and innovation. Number 2, I urge the government around the world to pass laws and legislations to provide incentives to private sector and companies who will invest in rural areas and underserved communities to increase connectivity to the internet. And number 3, if we can find solutions or if we can find ways to urge the government and the private sector to support startups, initiatives, and communities through access to funding, mentorship, and access to markets to help spur economic growth in developing countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please.
Merci. Sébastien Bacholet, membre d'ISOC France et co-organisateur de FGI, du Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet en France et président des utilisateurs européens dans l'ICANN. Merci à nos amis du Bénin d'avoir commencé à parler une autre langue que l'anglais. Je pense que c'est ce lieu, s'il n'est pas multilingue, est appelé à avoir des difficultés. Il faut qu'on utilise les outils qui sont à notre disposition. Je voudrais, en plus des remerciements qui ont été adressés plusieurs fois au gouvernement japonais, que je salue aussi, remercier l'ensemble des autres acteurs qui ont participé à l'organisation de cette conférence au Japon. Je pense qu'une conférence multi-acteurs ne s'organise pas juste par le gouvernement du pays, il s'organise par l'ensemble des acteurs privés, société civile qui l'ont fait. Et deux autres éléments. Trop de réunions tuent les réunions. Et je pense qu'il y a des sujets qui étaient très parallèles qui auraient mérité d'être mis ensemble, d'une part pour avoir plus de participants, et puis d'être plus interactif et utile. La deuxième, c'est qu'on a parlé beaucoup d'intelligence artificielle. Peut-être qu'il serait temps aussi que nous parlions de notre intelligence collective que nous avons réunie ici. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, please.
Gracias. I will speak English, Spanish, please. Me llamo Wilson Guilherme, soy de Brasil, soy joven y del programa de becarios y soy una persona trans no binaria del sur global. Me gustaría plantear el tema de la falta de la representación de personas de grupos vulnerables, especialmente en los paneles principales. Vengo aquí a expresarme respecto de la necesidad de mantener y garantir organismos diversos, cuerpos diversos en espacios de la gobernanza de la Internet, porque somos los cuerpos que más son afectados por los desarrollos de las tecnologías. Se trata de pensar que la violencia que sufro más allá de las pantallas se permiten y se repiten para allá, para este espacio, con las personas que están en ese lugar. E incluso se reproducen neste espaço. Quando eu vou a me registrarme no evento e não tem a opção para pessoas não binárias, nem mulheres trans, nem outras identidades de gêneros que não sejam cisgêneros. E estas violências se intensificam aún mais ao pensar em la possibilidade de IGF onde meu corpo não está permitido. É por a primeira vez que Brasil tem na delegação pessoas não binárias, pessoas trans. Não me gostaria pensar que no próximo IGF nós não poderemos participar por los riscos que tem em nossa vida. Creio que é crucial que entendamos que devemos sentar-nos à mesa para falar sobre direitos humanos com pessoas que tenham corpos diversos. Do contrário, não devemos falar sobre direitos humanos porque, na verdade, mera hipocrisia. E devemos debater sobre tecnologia a partir dos corpos marginalizados. E por último, me gostaria de reforçar a necessidade de garantir a inclusão e a transcrição de subtítulo em todos os espaços de IGF, incluindo Talk, já que somos corpos diversos e necessitamos ter uma capacidade mínima de entender os debates que estão acontecendo sobre a governança da internet. Gracias.
Thank you for your intervention. I will have to close the queues now, so these are the last people, please. The queue's closed. Okay, please.
Thank you. My name is Azan Khan. I'm here with my fellow colleague, Natalie Tarchova, and we are current fellows of the European Dialogue on Internet Governance's youth program, YouthDig. I wanted to take this opportunity first to call out the absolutely incredible work that the Internet Society's Youth Standing Group has done with the version of the Internet Atlas for this year, which is Quo Vadis Youth, which is basically where are the youth going, and recognizing the absolutely incredible work that the youth has done in the internet governance space. I also wanted to take this opportunity, along with Natalie, to present the YouthDig messages for this year very, very briefly. We covered 4 topics, so I'll cover 2 and she'll cover 2 very, very quickly as well. The first one is that we want to create a brighter future with artificial intelligence having safety and prosperity for all. We wanted states to assume leadership roles in promoting collaboration in artificial intelligence research and development and invest and support AI alignment and development research equally. Governmental bodies should also ensure that high-risk AI systems are supplemented by human involvement in order to prevent single points of failure. We also wanted to improve the clarity of a lot of pieces of legislation, including the AI Act. We want to call for the teaching of AI, namely its potential usages, limitations, and ethical implications of its use. And we want governmental bodies and civil society to advocate for AI to be regarded as a common good, not something that is solely within the remit of certain organizations alone. Secondly, we want no backdoors in the future of internet governance. We want to move towards cooperative and evidence-based internet governance. We want to call on the international community to create enforcement mechanisms to hold governments to account for all of their commitments contained in the various declarations. For example, the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. We want all stakeholders involved in regulation or the development of the internet to conduct impact assessments to avoid internet fragmentation. We want to call on states to systematically engage with the technical community. We want a framework for acceptable online activism, and most importantly, because we are the youth, we want to make sure that all past and future youth messages are addressed by the respective stakeholders and that the youth are systematically involved throughout decision-making processes.
Thank you. Okay, you carry on. But the queue's closed, so the last 2, you're not going to get on. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. Additionally, we aim to build a conscientious digital ecosystem. We prioritize enhancing the digital skills of children through caregiver and educator education to empower them while mitigating online risks. We urged collaboration among stakeholders to include marginalized voices in decision-making, fostering an inclusive digital landscape. For rural regions, we appealed for increased internet infrastructure investment to reduce fragmentation and to create work opportunities. Finally, we promoted cohesive standards for interoperability to prevent vendor lock-in and excessive market concentration. These efforts aim to create a world that is inclusive, digitally empowered, and respectful of individual rights. We hope that these messages from youth can be implemented and acted upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am Peter Mysak from Access Now, and I'm joined by Valeria Betancourt of Association of Progressive Communications. We are speaking on behalf of a growing chorus of civil society organizations to express our alarm regarding the decision that the government of Saudi Arabia will be the host of the next annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. We call on you to reverse this decision and urgently review the decision-making process. Saudi Arabia has led an unprecedented and relentless campaign against freedom of expression, online and off. Activists are being tortured, detained, disappeared, and killed. A 54-year-old retired teacher was sentenced to death for a few tweets. A 34-year-old mother of 2 children and PhD students was sentenced to 34 years in prison and an additional 34-year travel ban. 2 Saudi Wikipedia volunteers remain unjustly imprisoned in connection with their work advancing access to information. There is no civic space in the country, no independent civil society organizations. As we commemorate the 5-year anniversary of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, there is still no justice. As a result, we are physically afraid to attend. Riyadh is not a safe space for most marginalized groups, women, human rights defenders, LGBTQ groups, and we are equally concerned about transnational repression outside of Saudi borders. We have heard the importance throughout this conference of centering the experience of women in all their diversity and to apply a gender lens to all areas of our work. Saudi Arabia is one of the most dangerous places on earth for women to participate in these conversations.
Sorry, I may have to stop you a little bit there.
I have time remaining. As general counsel of my organization, I cannot ethically permit my staff to travel to this country.
Yeah, we do have a code of conduct and the way we should encourage discourse.
Thanks. Thank you.
So, I'll just ask you to adhere. I am aware there are concerns, and that's very important, yes. But just the way that the concerns are expressed is also important.
Thank you. I'm expressing facts, and I'm happy to take this conversation. You know, if you want to investigate these facts further offline,
Okay.
I will hand off to my partner.
Yeah, thank you. Because of the reasons that my colleague Peter has exposed, we feel that the legitimacy of the multi-stakeholder approach and model is threatened by the situation. That the multi-stakeholder participation forms the cornerstone of the IGF. So civil society participation plays a vital role in upholding the multi-stakeholder model. So a context that is not conducive for the participation, the effective and meaningful participation of civil society could undermine not only civil society ability to participate and contribute, but also put the IGF, which is in a vital moment as well, in risk. So the IGF keeps being a key piece in the internet governance and digital cooperation ecosystem in a moment in which it's vital to strengthen it. So we really want to emphasize the call to reverse and review the process through which the decision has been made. Thank you.
This is Mariko Kobayashi from Wide Project in ISOC Japan chapter. So firstly, congratulations to the success of IGF 2023. I appreciate for the IGF Secretariat and Japanese government and the IGF leadership panel and members. And as a person from tech community, personally, it has been a bit challenging in the past the 4 or 5 years because I've been trying to submit in the workshop, which is actually related to the internet infrastructure technology, but compared with emerging tech, which is quite popular, such as AI or ChatGPT, I think it's very difficult to link the sort of sometimes a very tech and a bit difficult for understand other stakeholders people to understand the issues. I wish so there's still the issues to be discussed in the Internet Governance Forum, and I wish we can bring more the people from tech community, and we can see more tech-related issues in Internet Governance Forum, not only like the buzzword emerging technology, because especially the internet critical resources in the internet infrastructure is directly related to the connectivity issues and digital governance issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then our last speaker. I think you were the last one when I closed. No, we have to keep on time. Sorry. No, because others have sat down, so just because you stood up, you can send it in, but thank you. Please.
Hello everybody, my name is Thorsten Krause from Germany, Civil Society. This is, or was, my first on-site IGF. For me it was a real incredible experience, and therefore I would like to thank all the MAC members and of course the IGF Secretariat for your work, for organizing, planning, managing, realizing this great event. Thanks to all of you, you are wonderful people. As a political scientist and child rights researcher, I really appreciate that so many sessions and workshops dealing with the with the rights of the child and expressing their needs and interests of young persons. I believe with no doubt that child rights-based approach would be a good approach to serve for a better world for all of us on and offline as well. Last but not least, I want to thank my boss for trusting in me to act as a child rights manager and to strive for the goals of our Digital Opportunities Foundation internationally. Thank you so much, Jutta Kroll, also for encouraging me. I would like to conclude with a wish to see you all next year at the IGF, and hopefully in a world more peaceful than today, with less conflicts and wars. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I would now like to see if there's anybody on the panel if they want to say any closing remarks.
So thank you very much. Just briefly, I would like to extend our highest gratitude to the kind words expressed by speakers, and also to everyone joining us on site here. And I really appreciate the kind words and words of gratitude given to us, and the credit should for my colleagues, not only in the ministry, but also from the private sectors and other communities who have been working very hard to prepare all the facilities and the hospitalities presented here. And I also extend my personal thanks to UN team, Chengetai's team, and also the MAG chair, Paul Mitchell, and also the Dr. Bintsurf sitting here. Yeah, you may easily understand, how I feel, how much excited I feel, they see the part of internet sitting next to me and discussing all together. Even my son was so excited to see his name card. And so it was really encouraging for us to discuss under his leadership how we could improve and how we could realize the internet we want. And this theme we need to continue over the next coming years, and we will definitely, our government is strongly committed to protect and promote the multi-stakeholder approach in IGF, and we believe we will work all together to discuss and to improve and strengthen IGF through the discussion on Global Digital Compact And also, we look very much forward to working all together when we have WSIS Plus 20 review in coming years. So thank you very much to everybody. And I'm representing the Japanese government and Japanese community. And I'm really grateful for everybody for everything you brought through the conference. Thank you.
Very briefly, why is this man smiling? It's because it's almost the closing session and it's the end of a really, really, not just week, but months and months of planning. So thank you very much for that. Just a reminder, we did run out of time on the open mics, but we have not run out of time and space for your written inputs. Please send them in. The written inputs in some ways are even more valuable because we don't have to capture them by writing quickly while you're talking, even though we are capturing this recorded for reference. I really look forward to another candid opportunity to see all of you next year. And in the meantime, please do take action in your national and regional IGF activities and provide that input to the leadership panel and to the MAG. It's really, really valuable during the course of the year as we're planning for the sessions in the annual meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That ends the open mic session. And I would like to end with giving a hand of applause for our outgoing chair, MAG Chair, Mr. Paul Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you very much.